regular meeting for the Village Board of Trustees. This meeting is now called to order. We'll begin with the pledge.
Trustee Herrera, Trustee Levin, Trustee Quezada,
Present.
Trustee Bazemore,
Present.
Mayor Garrity.
Present.
Okay, so we begin tonight with a special presentation with the swearing in of the new Ossining Police Department Sergeant, Michael Lance.
I believe we need to jump to Resolution O and make the formal appointment so that they may then swear him in.
Okay. Okay. Resolved, the County of Westchester Personnel Office has certified to the Village of Ossining a list of eligible candidates containing at least 3 names for the permanent appointment position of police sergeant, and whereas Michael Lance is ranked on the aforesaid list of eligible candidates, now therefore it is resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Village of Ossining, pursuant to the applicable provision of civil service law and the unconsolidated laws of New York State, hereby appoints Michael Lance to the position of police sergeant in the Village of Ossining from eligible list number 71-198, effective January 21st, 2019, at an annual salary of $125,000. This appointment is subject to a probationary period of not less than 12, no more than 52 weeks. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Comments on the board? Madam Clerk?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
All right, and with that, I will ask, now, I guess you are officially, what are you? Are you still a sergeant or an officer if you've been voted on but not officially sworn in? Michael Lance, please join us.
Swearing in first.
Okay. All right. Why don't you go over here and you next to your family? Righty. Raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I, Michael Lance, being duly sworn, state on my honor.
I, Michael Lance, being duly sworn, state on my honor.
I will never betray my badge,
I will never betray my badge,
my integrity, my character, or the public trust.
my integrity, my character, or the public trust.
I will always have the courage to hold myself and others accountable for our actions.
I will always have the courage to hold myself and others accountable for our actions.
Further, that I am a resident of the state of New York,
Further, that I am a resident of the state of New York,
and I will support the Constitution of the United States of America and the state of New York.
and I will support the Constitution of the United States of America and the state of New York.
I will obey all the ordinances, rules, and regulations of the Village of Ossining,
I will obey all the ordinances, rules, and regulations of the Village of Ossining,
and will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of Police Sergeant
and will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of Police Sergeant
in and for the said Village of Ossining, New York, to the best of my ability.
in and for the said Village of Ossining, New York, to the best of my ability.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Okay.
While they take pictures. Anybody that knows me knows that promotion day is my absolute favorite day of the year because we're just doing something so positive, not just for the officer that we promote, but for the department. New leadership is good. It's fresh ideas and a new perspective on things. You know, one of the things that comes with promotions is before we do this, we have an opportunity to tell the person, because obviously we don't have a way to get their whole family here and surprise them here. And everybody's had a different way. Sometimes we call in all the people that have been interviewed and tell them together, so there's sort of letting them be known as a team. And sometimes I've heard in the past where a shield is just tossed to somebody in the gym. We knew when we were going to tell Mike about this, but unfortunately he got really sick on that day. So we had to have a lieutenant call him and say, hey, listen, I know you're not feeling well, but it's time to come to work. So dragged himself in, this poor guy, to get the shield. But you know, that speaks a lot to Mike and his character, because he's been preparing for this moment for probably 20 years now. A cop here for 12? 11? Starting his 13th year. But before that, when we looked at his resume, I wasn't involved in the hiring process, but I know when he came on, we hired 2 guys at the same time. It was him and Anthony Oliveira, and everybody looked at the 2 of them when they came in the door, and they said, wow, this guy, bachelor's degree, a paramedic, this guy's ready. And then we looked at Anthony Oliveira, and we were like, That guy's funny and he smiles a lot. But here we stand today with both guys from that class, A students, both promoted to sergeant now, and two of our best leaders in the department. So Mike, congratulations. We look forward to all of the great things to come, and can't wait to let you get started. Photos now.
Do you want to invite the
Yeah, can we get a department photo?
Hey, how you doing?
Let's see if I remember how to do this.
We can't see you there.
Huh?
Just set it in my mic.
Going right there. From what I remember.
You guys have to get. All right. I'll go up. No, I'm sorry. A lot of guys here. As it should be.
Oh. We'll hold it against.
All righty. Sure. All right, so on down. Anybody who wants to.
Oh, okay, great.
Have the,
Sure.
we do them, just invite everybody up? I'm trying to think about staging. I hadn't thought it through yet. I wasn't sure I was. Yeah, I think I'd like to, we now have, it's an evening that starts off with a lot of really nice special presentations. And right now I'd like to invite up 4 of the folks who have been long-serving members in some of our land use boards to be recognized this evening. Mr. George Bailing, Ashok Rajdev, and who else do we have here this evening? Miguel Hernandez, and is John Van Steen here? I didn't see him yet. Okay. That's okay. That's fine. Well, thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us this evening. Oh, is Miguel? Oh, here he comes. Very well. Thank you so much for joining us. And we actually have 3 of our land use boards here represented, so you gentlemen will have to stand in as representatives for some of your colleagues who aren't with us this evening. But the Village of Ossining is incredibly blessed to have a very engaged community. And in this case, we have folks who have served for many, many years, over at least 1 decade and more than that for some. In George Bailing's case, George is also my neighbor. In fact, the first time I met you, George, it was walking your dogs. Yes, but now I have come to be just very grateful for your service here to the village. And Miguel Hernandez, who has served on the Historic Preservation Commission for a good number of years and is himself a local historian, and we are so grateful for your insights and for all of your work to protect the historic character of our community. And Ashok, I met you before I was ever on the village board because we served together on the Environmental Advisory Council, so I'm particularly grateful to see you here tonight and have the opportunity to honor you with a proclamation. So I'll just, I'm going to read little pieces of each of the proclamations, and then I will send them home with you to be put it on your mantelpiece in your living room and shared for all the world to see. Miguel, yours is on top, so I will start with you, my friend. He has served for almost a decade on the Historic Preservation Commission. His dedication to his community is evident, always giving careful consideration of each application brought before the Historic Preservation Commission and ensuring the conservation of the historical and architectural character of our downtown. As someone with an earnest interest in history, he has guided historical tours and events, celebrating Ossining's local churches, neighborhoods, and cultures, often in costume and occasionally accompanied by a marching band. And we are just very, very grateful for your many years of of service.
Appreciate that so
Thank you,
much.
sir. Thank you. George Bailing. George's dedication to his community is evident after giving careful consideration and assuring a very fair review of each application brought before the Zoning Board of Appeals. The Zoning Board of Appeals is a unique board. It is a quasi-legal entity. They have a special role in our land use process. And while trying to balance, to have balance of a vision toward the future, he has always stayed mindful of ensuring that the beauty and charm of our community was well preserved. George, thank you so much for your service to Ossining. In a moment, I'll pass the mic around to my colleagues who may want to comment, and thank you also for your service. So, Ashok, the residents of Ossining have benefited greatly from your service and commitment to our community, and it is appropriate that you are recognized for your dedication to our village. We are so thankful for your talent and your expertise that that you and each of the members of the EAC has brought to the council. You have served for almost 10 years, and we appreciate your diligence in assuring that the community's environment is safeguarded as development projects take place, and I look forward to continuing to work with you on behalf of the Village of Ossining in any capacity. Thank you. I never shook your hand, so I had too much in my hand. Thank you, Miguel. Did anybody else want to comment and thank our colleagues?
So I just wanted to say a few words about committees. There were a number of people, there were a lot of changes in a lot of the committees. We've worked on that for a couple of years as far as getting more and more people involved in committees. We have a lot of committees. Some report to the manager, some to the board, some on their own, some have grown, some have not. But over the past couple of years, there's been such a great interest in becoming members of all various boards. For me, it's a great sign of not only democracy, but it's a great sign of volunteerism. What I mean by democracy is it gives everybody a voice to reach their elected officials in a very specific way. I'm here because I became a liaison to the EAC, and we met years ago because I was commuting for God only knows how long. I met you and your wife, and I guess the girls are on to all sorts of great things. We were just talking about, actually, our kids. So this is a wonderful community where you get to meet people one-on-one in a working environment where the community advises the board and the manager. And they're one of the most important aspects for me of a democratic process. And they're people who live and work and are in this community every day, in and out, and spend their time after working all day or in their retirement years or while they're raising their children. It's fantastic. It's to me the most important aspect of all of the committees that we have, and the fact that you all volunteer, and it's a lot of hours for some people. I have a passion for the AC, for the environmental. I see John Codman somewhere in the back. He was the liaison before I was. And the environmental advisory has become an active member, another land use board. I'm sorry that we didn't spend more time together, but I know that if there are questions that you can be called on. And Miguel, I see your posts all the time, and I know how active you are in the history of this community. And it's great. It's beyond politics. It's an involvement. So I thank all of you for all the work that you do, but also the people that couldn't be here tonight. I was hoping to have the list, but there were a number of people that have sort of come off the boards, and there are a whole bunch of new people. There were 61 people that applied for boards as volunteers. It's the largest number we've ever had for about, and many of them for multiple positions. So I think it's a fantastic sign of the involvement of this community. So I thank you again on my behalf, but I'm sure the rest of the board. I don't know if anybody else.
I just want to thank you for your service. Your commitment has been shown through the years that you have been active, so thank you.
There's not really any additional words that I can say. I know everyone here. Actually, I met that Walter at planning board many years ago before I even met anybody else, I think. And he taught me different lessons, how to even be prepared for a planning board or an architectural review board with his comments and a different perspective of thinking within architecture itself. So I know how much work he has done. Ashok, Miguel. Miguel and I served on a HPC many years ago, so I thank everyone for all the services that you have done for this village. Thank you so much.
I just want to say thank you. You know, anytime that a person takes their time away from either their career, their families, themselves, to give back to the community as a volunteer is, to me, one of the greatest gifts you can give to someone. So thank you so much. Ossining will always be grateful, and it's better because of your service. So thank you to everyone here today.
Enrique, you just made a good point. There are a number of folks that have recently served and are just peeling off, and so, thank you very much. Manny's going to be my Vanna White here. Okay, we'd like to thank Walter Ludlum for his many years of service on the Planning and Architecture Review Board, as well as John Fry, who is also a member of the Planning and Architecture Review Board for many years, and Joe Clark, who has served for many years on the Architecture Review Board, and prior to that he was a village trustee, and most recently for a number of years he was the chair of the Planning Board. Jeff Smith, who served with Ashok and I served with Ashok for many years longer on the EAC, and he has been serving as our chair for a number of years now. And Eric Schatz, who it's been a little bit longer, but I'm glad that we're finally getting around to thanking him for his many years of service on the Historic Preservation Commission. And Alan Stahl, also, who's just now finished a good long term on the Historic Preservation Commission. I think we have one more, Joanne Tall, who has served, I believe, since the inception of the Historic Preservation Commission many years ago, and for a number of years as the chair. And last but not least is Deborah Van Steen, who has served for a number of years on the Historic Preservation Commission, but she left the position because she's now working in Puerto Rico, helping them with the aftermath of the storms from what's now become quite a bit of time, but with the restoration and preservation of the buildings there. All right. I will actually, John, if you want to come up, we just said Deborah's name as you walked through the door, and we were just saying she's in Puerto Rico helping them in the aftermath with their historic properties there. So, John, we present this to you on behalf of Deborah. Thank you. And so, on behalf of the Board of Trustees and a very grateful community, thank you to everyone here and everyone whose names we just read out for your incredible service to our community.
Thank you all.
And I think we have a couple of minutes before we start the public hearing, because we are supposed to start at 7:30. And so if people want to take a quick 2-minute break, I think we might be in for a fair amount. Oh, yeah, without this stupid thing in my hand. he's right on top. My neighbor, my other neighbor, our neighborhood is well represented on the land use boards. Walter Ludlam, thank you so much for your service on the planning board and architecture review board for many, many years. Oh, 24 years. Wow. Thank you very much. You may win a prize for that.
Just getting it right.
We got our packaging on here. There we go.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Walter. So glad. All right. So, Madam Clerk.
Next, we have a public hearing in the matter of an application for a planned waterfront special permit by Plateau Associates pursuant to Village Code Sections 270-23I and 270-54.
Corporation Counsel, are you going to offer us a little context for where we are with this?
Absolutely, Mayor. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the board. As this board knows, there have been a couple of prior public hearings with regard to this request for a planned waterfront special permit by Plateau Associates, which is being sought pursuant to the zoning code. The purpose of the waterfront permit is to afford the applicant an additional 10% density bonus. In this case, they are seeking the 10% density bonus based upon being a LEED Gold certifiable. As indicated previously, I believe at the last meeting, it was indicated that the planning board had approved the site plan resolution for this location, as well as the finding statement. There are still proceedings or matters that need to be dealt with regard to the historic building that remains on premises. And there are also discussions that have been ongoing with regard to the infrastructure work that has to be done with regard to water and sewer lines and things like that. So the hearing is on tonight. Those discussions are ongoing, and there have been some discussion with the applicant's attorney about adjourning the hearing. The applicant wanted to adjourn it just to February, but there may be a discussion that it can be adjourned, to a particular date certain after that. I just remind the board that if it is adjourned without date, we would have to renotice the hearing, so it would be best if it's going to be adjourned to a specific date. And further, under the village code, once the hearing is officially closed, the board would then have 62 days to render a decision with regard to the special permit. And that's where we are right now. With regard to the historic building, just to bring the board up to speed, there was a letter received on January the 3rd from SHPO, which was with regard to certain aspects of this project that relate to the National Historic Preservation Act. SHPO has asked for certain information relating to the Army Corps of Engineers, and based upon that, additional information will be provided by the applicant. We're also in the process of awaiting a report from the applicant with regard to the feasibility of moving the structure, which is known as the office building. That remains there. We hope to have that report within the next few days, and that report will then be provided to the members of the Historic Preservation Commission for their comment and input as well.
Thank you very much. Anybody on the board have comments or questions before we open up the public hearing? All right. We want to invite members of the public. Madam Clerk?
Is there anyone here that would like to address the board on this matter?
Good evening. Bob Durayo, 45 Hunter Street. This is about the property of the old Renwith Pill Factory.
Correct.
It was one of the last surviving pieces of industrial arts and craft architecture in this country. It was a landmark. The people who bought it allowed it to deteriorate. Holes in the roof, windows broken and not repaired, allowing it to deteriorate enough so they could come before a prior board and ask for an exemption to demolish it. And as I said when I was a trustee, it reminds me of the young man who murdered both his parents and then threw himself on the mercy of the court because he was an orphan. They came in the night and bulldozed the building like thieves in the night. This project should never go forward. They should never be given a variance. They should never be given a building permit. They should not be allowed to do anything but put it back. Put it back the way it was restored as a monument to arts and craft architecture. There's a myriad of wonderful things one could do in a space like that, but they chose to sneak in the night and bulldoze it illegally. They should not be given permits. They should be arrested. But that's not going to happen. So at the very least, please vote no. Every time they bring anything, vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Durayo.
Hello. My name is Dana White. I live at 24 Ellis Place. I'm on the Historic Preservation Commission, and I'm also the village historian. What I'm about to say, you've heard before, but I'm going to say it again. I'm here to advocate for the preservation of the Brandreth Pill Factory office building, which stands to be demolished for the Hidden Cove apartment building. This small, charming piece of Ossining history dates back to the 1880s. It is part of an architectural legacy specific to Ossining, and it is lasting and important. The Victorian-era office building is one of a handful of structures designed by S. Marvin McCord, the S standing for Samuel. In the second half of the 19th century, McCord was Ossining's go-to architect. He was, in fact, one of the leading architects of the era. He just never really got the attention he deserved because he was kind of a wallflower. He could design in a variety of styles. In the early 1870s, for a wealthy client, McCord designed a mansion on Highland Avenue, modeled after European castles. McCord was among the first builders to use poured concrete. The Squire House still stands and is on the National Register of Historic Places. In the 1880s, McCord designed a new library for the Mount Pleasant Military Academy on State Street. It still stands as well. Franklin Brandreth then commissioned McCord to design a small office building for the Brandreth Pill Factory. The two structures, library and office, share decorative brickwork along the top and a similar inventive use of trim. The Brandreth office building was probably one of the first buildings in the village of Sing Sing to have electricity. According to an 1888 article in The Republican entitled Electric Lights at the Brandreth Works, Franklin Brandreth was tired of waiting for the village to install an electric plant, so he built his own. He ran electric wires to several buildings, including his new state-of-the-art office building. During pill-making season, the 60 electric bulbs allowed them to work earlier and later in the day. Those who believe in preserving historic structures aren't merely obsessed with acorn finials. We know that those buildings hold human stories. They hold Ossining stories, and they are an asset, not a liability. They contribute to a narrative that is ours alone. The office building is not only a village landmark, the Secretary of the Interior has declared it a National Historic Landmark that embodies the heritage of our country.
Thank you. Oh, that was a minute warning? Oh, I don't know what that was. I'm sorry. Continue, please. Somebody's phone?
It's true, Ossining must address many pressing issues that come with growth, yet not at the expense of our brick and mortar history. These irreplaceable architectural treasures are dwindling in number, and they can be saved with creativity, discussion, and teamwork. Working together, we can protect our remaining architectural treasures and the stories they have to tell. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Jerry Wunderlich, 8 North Water Street. I also want to respond to the Plateau Associates. I am again responding to the application by Plateau Associates regarding the proposed construction and development of the property formerly on the site of the Brandreth Pill Factory. I am writing the board as an adjacent owner of the property who is concerned about the ramifications of this development on this historic site, as well as the consequences of this proposed demolishing of the environmentally sensitive bluff. The Plateau Associates aspire to demolish portions of the bluff to make way for an access road to the proposed development. The bluff overlooking the Hudson River is fragile. The Plateau Associates attempted to illegally take down a portion of the rock outcropping a number of years ago, but were caught in the act and stopped. Why the Plateau Associates have not purchased the buildings along the tracks for their for their road is beyond me, as this is the obvious access. In 2005, Adam Weckstein, an attorney for the Plateau Associates, noted that Brandreth Pill Factory had fallen into disrepair. The fact is that much of this disrepair occurred on the Saladas' watch. They originally acquired the property around circa 2000. It had been a working building up to that point. However, the Plateau Associates were not good stewards of the building. Under the Plateau Associates' ownership, the tin roof was pulled back and removed, allowing for the elements to penetrate the building from top down. Furthermore, numerous windows were broken, again allowing elements to enter. To say that nothing of young kids with spray can paints. No attempt was ever made to board up any of the missing windows. Finally, the Plateau Associates ran a bulldozer through the connecting section of the front office building, still standing, and the factory itself, by the railroad tracks. This is not a developer who is in tune with the environment, nor interested in the historic nature of the building. The result is that the Plateau Associates have destroyed the integrity of the building itself. Later, the Plateau Associates attempted to demolish a portion of the plateau area, showing the complete disregard for the historical nature of the area as well as impacting the fragile nature of the rock structure itself. They were stopped by, I believe, the Ossining Planning Department for lack of permits, among other things. The Plateau Associates have found themselves the subject of numerous citations by the Village of Ossining Planning Department throughout their sorry ownership of the Brandreth Pill Factory building. But finally, they completed their illegal destruction of the Brandreth Pill Factory in 2015. The local judge unfortunately threw out the citations by the local police department due to minor technicalities. By now, the Plateau Associates want to continue their damaging behavior by blasting the plateau area and removing an important landmark along the Ossining shoreline. Don't let it happen. And who is going to protect the owners adjacent to the property? Most of you have seen the consequences of poor planning at the apartments at 80 Main Street. Don't repeat this mistake. The remaining office building of the Brandreth factory, designed by noted architect Marvin McCord. He was also a designer of the Squire House on South Highland Avenue. I would strongly urge that this building, now the only legacy of the Brandreth family in Ossining, be preserved by the Plateau Associates, an important legacy to the economic importance of the village of Sing Sing, now Ossining. The buildings can be moved and can be preserved, and I would urge the village of Ossining and the Plateau Associates to preserve this wonderful building. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there others who would like to speak at the public hearing on this topic? Okay, seeing no one, I'd just like to clarify. I granted a fair amount of leeway in the comments that were made. They were about the project generally. Our role in this on the village board, and I know Corporation Council is ready to chime in if I misspeak, is fairly narrow. The special waterfront permit is regarding a bonus density that doesn't have a lot of influence, but it is appropriate for the village board to be cognizant of the work of Historic Preservation Commission. Correct. And the historic preservation of the property. So thank you very much for all of your comments. And now it is up to the members of the board to decide if we want to close the public hearing now or adjourn it to a date certain in the future. It was suggested that we might, because there are ongoing conversations and negotiations. I don't know, there was emails late today, so I don't know if everybody saw the emails that went out late today. We could adjourn it until next week. We could close it now, or we could adjourn it until March 3rd, at which time we would likely know more of how...
March 6th.
March 6th.
March 6th, thank you. Gosh, I'm terrible with dates this week. March 6th, at which time we would hopefully know more about how the historic preservation process is unfolding, as well as the infrastructure responsibility discussions. Is there a...
March 6th, I'm fine with March 6th.
Okay, so is there a motion to adjourn until the public hearing until March 6th?
So moved.
Second.
Is that okay?
That's fine, ma'am.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
All righty.
Okay, next we move on to mayors and trustees announcements.
Okay. Somebody has an announcement.
So I'll start. So this Saturday at 3 o'clock at Ossining High School, the Cooperative Scholarship Fund will host their annual Martin Luther King celebration and dinner. The tickets are $30, so if you haven't already gotten your tickets, you can pay at the door. And also this Sunday at, I believe, the Congregation of Israel on Pleasantville Road, Briarcliff Ossining Ministerial Association will be hosting their annual Martin Luther King celebration at 7 p.m. And I encourage all Ossining and Briarcliff residents to show up as we celebrate the life and legacy of Martin Luther King, and hopefully we can become acclimated with his legacy and his expectations. Thank you.
Others with announcements?
Yes.
Please.
Good evening, everyone. So first and foremost, I want to congratulate the State Senate and our leaders for passing voter reform laws in New York State that are really going to streamline the way that we operate as a democracy, something that we've been fighting for a pretty long time. New York's been one of the worst in voter turnout and access, so I'm glad that as they start session in Albany, that was a priority. Just a reminder that the Ossining Emergency Shelter is open, so if you are in need of shelter, all you have to do is show up in front of Open Door right on Main Street. It is sponsored by BOMA, the Briarcliff Ossining Ministerial Association, and it's actually a nonprofit partnered with Bedford and Mount Kisco. And this is really important to make sure that no one during the winter months freezes on our streets. So no matter who you are, 9 p.m. Monday through Sunday, a staff member will meet you. If the site is close, they will walk you. If not, they have a van and will take you. It's pretty simple. You arrive at the site, you sign in. There's usually a warm meal done by all volunteers at a place of worship or the place hosting, and then you get to sleep, and then at 7 o'clock they have breakfast, they get a bagged lunch, and they go on their way. So if you know anyone who needs that or have any further questions, please reach out to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other announcements?
I don't know if it's exactly an announcement, but I would like to say that I've been to the community center. I'm a liaison to the Park and Rec group. I didn't mention this to you before, so I apologize. But there's been a lot of great stuff going on there, brand new floors in some of the rooms. I really would like people to take a walk through the building, new lighting. The bathrooms this week I think are being redone. I don't know if I'm stealing your wind, but I was down there earlier, and there was the rec board met on Monday night, and the room where we met, which some people call the music room, I wasn't aware of that. I've never seen any music in there, so, but it's totally redone, and I really want to thank the village, the staff, but also encourage the public to really go into the community center and just walk around and see some of the great stuff. And when the bathrooms get redone, that'll be, I think, pretty exciting. From my perspective, there's a lot of conversation going on the Park and Rec Board about how to make the community center more accessible, more days of the week, and that's going to be a topic that will be discussed, and I will get more updates from the chair and from the village manager as the year progresses. But I think that's the big story for a community where we both have youth who need to have a place to go to, more days of the week for more hours, but also an increasing number of folks that are aging in place where the community center is a big part of their life. So I thank you and Bill and everybody else, but also wanted to encourage people to go there.
Great. I believe that the service on Sunday is 7:30 at Congregation Sons of Israel.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. It's fine if you get there early, you get a good parking spot, but, but I believe it's 7:30. And I do have a couple of announcements. First, tomorrow evening, January 17th, is the Ossining Documentary and Discussion Series January program. The name of the film is Heal. It is should be a really interesting film, followed by a panel discussion with some terrific panelists. It's talking about the ability that we have within ourselves to heal ourselves is probably much greater than many of us realize. It starts at 6:30. As always, it is free to the public at the Ossining Public Library downstairs in the Budars Theater. All are welcome. You can learn more about it at ossiningdocumentaries.org or on social media. And I also I want to address a concern that we've heard a lot about in the community, particularly parents of young children who attend Park School. There is a property on Washington Avenue that has been purchased by Hudson Link. It's an organization that works with formerly incarcerated people. Actually, it began solely as a dedication to education, higher education. for inmates, originally at Sing Sing and now exists at 6 facilities around the region. But the reason why it's come up in conversation now is that they have purchased a home on Washington Avenue, which is just across the park from Park School, and the intention is that it is a single-family zone, and it will serve as a home for 5 formerly incarcerated people who have participated in the Hudson Link program. The 5 people who live there will either be graduates, college graduates, or currently matriculating students going toward their bachelor's or graduate degree. Because there were many concerns were raised because of its proximity to Park School. So I immediately responded by talking with our leaders here in village government and finding out what was the village's role, and then also reaching out to the leader, the director of Hudson Link, and to Ray Sanchez from the school district. And so I just want to give folks, some really basic facts about it, and you're welcome to continue sending us emails. I know that folks have reached out to the school, and that the school now has more information that they can provide about the program. As far as for the village's role, the property was before the Zoning Board of Appeals. First, with a previous owner, they granted some area variances, and those variances were renewed with this new owner, Hudson Link. They've owned the building for a little over a year now, I believe. And then they went through the process of attaining building permits for the construction work that was done on the property, which had been vacant for, I believe, 7 years prior to that. It did not come before the village board. It is not a halfway house. It is not a group home. It is being used within the single-family zoning district regulations. So we didn't have a role to play in it, but it is important for us to be cognizant of what's going on in our community. So I was very pleased when Ray Sanchez and Sean Pica, who is Ray Sanchez from the schools, and Sean Pica from Hudson Link, and as well as Lisa Murray, who is the president of the Board of Education, were all able to sit down. We sat down on Monday morning and talked more about the program. Got a better understanding of what their intention is for it, and very importantly, established a line of communication so that the folks at Hudson Link are aware of the concerns that have been raised to the school district, and that the school district has been assured that the concerns are clearly understood. And I'm really pleased that everyone took a constructive approach to wanting to share information with each other. It's not surprising that parents are concerned about the safety of their children. That's what we do, spend all of their lives being concerned about them. It's also, Ossining is a community where everyone has to play by the same rules, and this property has followed the rules, and so the village's role is just to make sure that that is the case. If you have more questions, please, you may bring them forward. If folks want to stick around and comment during visitor recognition, you are certainly welcome to at the end of this meeting or any legislative session, which typically takes place the first and third Wednesdays of the month. You can email all of us at any time at bot@villageofossining.org. And with that, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Next, we have an administrative report from Village Manager Deborah McDonald.
There you go. Thank you very much. Look at Tom. I want to start by sharing a bit of information. There's a lot of members of our historic preservation group here today. Paul Fraioli, the village engineer, myself, and Mike Duffy, our foreman, met with Metro North. They are going to begin a project to restore the roof at the train station. And they are doing it under the watchful eye of SHPO. They are doing it historically sensitive. I'm looking forward to getting the documents and sharing it with our HPC members. But I think it's going to be a really great project. What they shared with me is there was a fire in that building a while back, and there were some rafters that have not been repaired, and there's some failure in the roof. So they're going to be repairing that and repairing some of the damage that was inside. But again, when they shared with us that they were doing it in conjunction with the State Historic Preservation Office and doing it historically correct, I thought that was really great news for those of you who serve on HPC and those of you who are watching that care about the historic preservation. What that will entail, however, is disruption to traffic over the bridge, because they are going to need to stage some of their materials in the road. And so they're going to have to put up a large dumpster for the debris and debris management and things. So as this project gets down the road, you'll hear more and more about it. We are thinking, weather dependent, that they will begin in April, and it is a one-year build for them. So you will see some changes in traffic patterns, and I know that it's already tight down there. But I just want to start to give people a heads up, and as we get closer, you'll start seeing signs, and we'll be working with the police and things to just to make sure that traffic is smooth through there. But I think that when it's all said and done, this building is going to be really gorgeous. They're going to do some repainting, and it's really going to be a great asset for us. It is now, but it's going to even be better. So I wanted to share that with everybody. Second, a little sort of a sad news for us. We had applied for 4 CDBG grant applications. We are being recommended for 2 partial fundings, and that's for sidewalk restoration. So we need the money for sidewalk restoration, and we're excited about that. We will not be getting money in 2019 this year, but we are looking for an award in 20 and 21. So we did get some of that funding, just not what I was hoping, but that's okay. The last thing I wanted...
How much was it?
Pardon? They are recommending that we get $100,000 to go towards our sidewalk in both of the 2 years, 2020 and 21.
I'm sorry, so it's $100,000 for each year or
Each year.
$50,000? Okay.
Right, 200,000 total. So we had also applied for money to help us with the James Street Hunter connection, and we also applied for some money for, actually, I'm sorry, I think I misspoke. Wait.
Community center.
The community center.
Code enforcement.
They're giving us $100,020 for the community center and $100,000 for sidewalks. I misspoke.
So that's in total or
In total,
220,000?
200,000. Right. So
What'd you ask for?
2020 is the year that we were hoping to do some major renovations to the community center. So there'll be 100,000 going towards that.
What did you ask for, by the way? I don't remember.
We asked for 250
Okay.
for all
each.
4 applications.
Now, can also ask for a grant for community center as well.
Correct. They did not get funded. And the reason being is that there was some information that the consortium was looking for that had not been provided. So the consortium thought that the project was on hold. The town is going to speak to them to let them know that it's not on hold and that we would like to have funding to both the village and the town for the community center in the same year. So there is a public opinion that is open now, so anyone that wants to go and make a comment and sort of rally for us to get additional funds for additional projects, we could certainly use the help. The last thing that I want to bring up is a partnership with the town for a records management grant. And I want to thank Victoria Caffarelli for bringing this opportunity to our attention. We are looking at putting all of our records down in the basement of the operations center where the old firing range was. And since we have village records, we have town records, and we work together, and Victoria serves in both capacities, she brought this opportunity. So I wanted to give her a chance to just talk about the grant really quickly.
Yeah, so we're going to be applying for the maximum you can request for a shared services grant, which this would be since it's a partnership between the town and the village, which is $150,000, and that will pay for a mobile shelving system, which is the kind of shelving system that you crank on a track so you can kind of store more things in a smaller space, as well as hiring some inventory clerks, which will help us get a handle on the records that we have and create a really comprehensive inventory of the records that we have and begin the process of developing a records management plan for the town and village of Ossining. It's really essential that we get the records out of where they're currently stored, which is the attic of the municipal building at 16 Croton Avenue, which is not accessible via elevator, so not for any employees that may have some disabilities or special needs, as well as it's not there's temperature fluctuations, the weight load is probably too heavy for the attic floor. There's a lot of problems that we need to address very soon, and this grant opportunity comes from the New York State Archives, and our Records Advisory Officer seems to think that we'd have a pretty good chance at getting some funding, especially through this partnership. They give you extra points for being part of a shared services grant. You're able to ask for double the money, and they have more funds available for shared services grants. So we'll be applying soon, and hopefully we'll have some good news in a couple of months.
Terrific. Thank
Great,
you.
thank you.
Yes.
Can I ask a question about that?
Sure.
I mean, I know that so much of our money is about infrastructure and all services and all that. I mean, that's what municipalities do. But part of that plan, is it also about scanning and just getting rid of paper? Is that a part of the plan, or is it, I know you have to store certain things. There's no question. We're record keepers for everybody.
Yes.
But is a part of the plan very specific to scanning and getting rid of paper?
Yes, definitely. I think what's really important is that, we really don't have a great understanding of what we have and what we can prioritize for scanning and for digitization. So I think by starting this process, inventorying what we have, getting a better handle of the records in our possession, it will get us in a better place so that we can develop a plan that will help us reduce the amount of paper that we have to store.
And secondly, sorry.
It's okay.
One would not think there would be such a sexy topic, but in the plan, there will have to be people that will be hired to do this, or else you'll never get it done, right? It's pounds and pounds of paper. Will the plan have sort of the qualifications so that this might create some part-time employment for people in our community, or is it so confidential, the material, that it will have to be, is there like something about personnel in this plan?
It will be, and in terms of the inventory clerks, our regional advisory officer does have some people that do this on a temporary basis during grant season. A lot of municipalities apply for similar grants like this, looking for help inventorying records. So we'll look to her advice to see if we can find some people that have experience working on a grant like this and working with records so that we can ensure we have the best staff to really do the job.
I think I'm being too subtle. When this plan is done,
Yes.
can you request that people either get trained or get hired locally to help so that it creates some income and employment to people in this community?
Yes,
Great.
definitely.
Thank you.
Sorry, so I have a few questions, I guess, on that. So if we were to get in this grant, when we will know?
When will we know? Well, the grant would begin in July, so we would have to know before June.
Oh, good.
So I'm assuming in the spring sometime.
That's great.
So now, when we obtain, we get the grant, what is the time frame that we have to use the money, or the town, village will have to use the money?
We have one fiscal year. They run on the school district fiscal year because it's run through the New York State Education Department. So it'll be July 1st to June 30th of 2020. We'll have 1 year.
Again, not going to drag this topic more than what we have to, but my concern is, Debbie, this storage unit system, it most likely going to be done in the operations center, is access. Sure. So pretty much it's going to be very similar to the attic. You don't have an elevator in the operations center.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I'm going to say.
Subtle. Okay. Anyone
That's
else
all
with
I have.
comments about the grant application? It's very exciting. Thank you for alerting us and letting us know. Extremely supportive.
That's it.
Thank you.
Okay. So then next we have an administrative report from Corporation Counsel Stuart Kahan.
Thank you, Victoria. Good evening, Mayor, members of the board. Just briefly to piggyback on the boards and commissions discussion that we had earlier tonight. Earlier this month, we had the first meetings of the Historic Preservation Commission and the EAC, both of which have new members, and it was nice to see them all. And they are both going to be very active, I am sure. Next week, on Tuesday night, is the first meeting of the year for the Village of Ossining Planning Board. We have 3 new members to the board. Michael Beldati is the new chair of the Ossining Planning Board. Village planner Tracy Corbett, building inspector Joe Agostinelli, and I met with Mike Beldati today to go over the agenda. It is a busy agenda for the first meeting of the year, and so if folks want to come down, it is at 7 p.m. at the Ossining Operations Center. please feel free. The agenda is online, so if there's any particular topic on there that you may be interested in, you can come down.
Before you continue with that, Stuart, thank you. So I do have a question because on their agenda, Hudson Steps, one of the applicants.
Correct.
What does that mean?
They are returning to the land use boards, which would be the planning, zoning, as well as ultimately this board, for their approvals, to get new approvals because their prior approvals timed out.
Correct. So, because there's a couple things, I guess, that I would like to get a little more information, and I'm not sure if the rest of the board members would like to see that, because there was some type portions of that project that were tied in that approval, one of them being realignment water on Hunter that was done already. Part of the grant application and the connection between James and Hunter, as well as that, and the restoration of the historic house that is sit there now. So there's a lot of questions that I think I'm not sure if that's going to get resolved or not. And plus, they still have violations pending on the court system, sure?
Correct. So let me answer both of those, if I might. With regard first to what was approved under the prior site plan resolution, one of the things that the village planner will be looking at, as well as I, is exactly what is under there, so that we can be sure that I think there were certain payments to be made to the village. There may be discussions about getting those payments taken care of because the work has already been done by the village. So we're going to be looking at those site plan resolutions very carefully in terms of what has to be done. That includes whatever was granted by zoning, and this board, which granted a waterfront special permit and extended it. With regard to the building permit, our code, as you know, Trustee Casada, was revised, so permits can't be issued if there are outstanding violations. So one of the things that will be made clear to the applicant is that all violations need to be cleared in order to get that done. That'll be an element of site plan approval, and it will be an element that will be in the site plan resolution. But this will be the initial meeting for the Hudson Step folks. It is my understanding that the elements of their application are identical to the prior application, so they're not coming in with anything new in terms of what they intend to do on the site, but they want to proceed with getting their approvals anew, as I said, because the other ones had timed out.
Yes, Debbie, that information that has been provided by them again, is that available on the planner's website? Because that was done prior for 360, all that information that was submitted, but
I don't know the answer to that question. I'll have to find out and then get back with you.
it's part of the application. It says it in the application.
I understand. I just haven't seen if it's online or not.
Thank you, Stuart.
Thank you. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I just want to mention briefly, we put out the, there's a sign-up sheet for those that would like to speak during the opportunity when members of the public can speak on any of the village board resolutions on the agenda for this evening. So if you're interested in speaking, the sign-up sheet is on the podium there. And next, we have an administrative report from Police Chief Kevin Sylvester.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, board members. I need to start by asking if anybody here owns a silver Subaru license plate GSG2867. You're parked in the police lot, and we need you to move that to a spot on the street. Police officers are trying to find places to park their police cars, and as you know, space is limited around here. On the note of traffic, in the month of December, we had a program which we held closely to us that we're now announcing. We conducted Operation Holiday Cheer, where we were able to do a dual-purpose traffic enforcement, but also a little bit of community outreach stuff. So what we did was we had officers out conducting traffic enforcement in all of the same places that we normally do, but with the added advantage that they were handing out gifts rather than tickets, using their discretion where they found that somebody might need a little something to encourage them to drive better. So we want to take a chance publicly to thank all of our sponsors. HiQ Electric paid for a good portion of the gifts that were handed out. Also, we had the Tasty Table, Walmart, Target, Capri Pizza, First Village Coffee, and I think that's all of them. Gifts ranged from $5 gift cards to coffee up to $50 gift certificates to Target. So it was some really good stuff and a great opportunity for for us to encourage better traffic behavior in a positive way. That said, that program is over, so please drive carefully on your way home because we are only handing out tickets from here on out. Not much else going on in the police department right now. We're going to be gearing up for a lot of training that starts in February, but January is sort of our slow time. Again, we are not asking for any charitable donations, collections, old stuff, new stuff, or anything else. But I do want to take a moment and thank the board for your confidence in the department, and especially in myself and Michael Lance today for offering us the opportunity to make a new sergeant. It's a really important step for our department, and we're really excited for new beginnings. Thank you.
Excellent. Madam Clerk?
Okay. Next, we have organization announcements. Is there anyone who would like to make an announcement related to an event?
Yeah, it looks like he is. It's a busy podium. Can we? Yeah. Yes.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for your service to the community. We appreciate it. Congratulations to Michael Lance. Known him a long while. Great to have a new sergeant in town. My name is Steve Dewey. Full disclosure, I'm the chairman of the Ossining Landlord-Tenant Relations Council. Gee, how appropriate to be here tonight, given that you're going to be discussing local law that's coming up. And so my rant will be this. I do not speak for the entire Landlord-Tenant Relations Council because we were not informed that you're going to create a local law that involves us. I would ask, since we are the chairman and since Trustee Bazemore, Trustee Levin, and the mayor put 9 wonderful people, we're now 8 people, all intelligent and very good-looking people, I might add, too, to be totally humble, to do exactly what you're looking to do in this local law. I enjoy the spirit of this thing. I enjoy what where we're trying to go to make tenants and landlords very aware of what's right, the protection of the tenant, the protection of the landlord, their security deposit, etc. But please, if this is what our council's here to do, get us involved. You know, tell us, hey, we're going to be like in the local law. There are 2 attorneys on staff. We have landlord members. We have tenant members. And just outside members altogether have no clue what a landlord-tenant case is like. So please, that's what you have us here for. Please let us do that. So, my organizational announcement is, ladies and gentlemen of the Ossining, you have a Landlord-Tenant Relations Council. It's been involved for a good year. We had well over 18 cases last year where we successfully helped tenants, whether it involved security deposits, helped landlords, whether they were involved in not getting leases signed from tenants that didn't sign a renewal lease. A whole plethora of things are going on, and we look forward to a new year, but you've got to know we're here. We have a website. It's up on the Village of Ossining, villageofossining.org. Go down to Landlord-Tenant Relations Council. We're going to have example of leases. We're going to have example of the landlord-tenant relations rights, do's and don'ts, that type of thing, that with thanks to this new local law, I see that we have our name mentioned there twice, but you know, we're here. One of the things we had last year from many tenants and some landlords is that when you came to us, you never followed up. We write you a letter to follow up how things going, and we never hear from you again. If your case is resolved, let us know. We know we've done something successful to hopefully help you. If something isn't happening, that's what we're here for, and we have certain authorities in that. So please use our council. Thank you very much, but please get us involved on certain new legislation if that's what you want us for.
Thank you, Mr. Dewey. The draft has just come out in the last 24 hours, and we look forward to talking with you soon. All right, so where are we?
We are now at Village Board resolutions.
All righty. Is there anyone who would like to comment on any Village Board resolutions this evening? Yes. I think there's a list of people who would like to. Madam Clerk, perhaps we can, you can get the first page of the list, and can we put the list someplace other than the podium where more people might be able to sign up?
We certainly can. Yes. Okay, so we'll move the list to the...
In just a moment, we're going to move the list so that people can speak at the podium and also sign up on a list nearby.
Yes,
Tom, can you grab...
Yes, John Codman is first.
So,
on
but
the
can we-
list.
somewhere else?
Are we moving the list, though?
Yes, we're going to move it to that chair,
Okay.
to the front row.
We keep not moving it between people.
Yeah.
Everyone will have an opportunity to speak. We just want people to be able to sign up while people are speaking.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your flexibility, folks.
Okay.
You said John Codman is first on the list?
John Codman is first on the list.
Welcome back, John.
Good evening. My name is John Codman. I live on 37 Ferris Place. Been a homeowner here in Ossining for 30 years. It's with great disappointment and dismay that I stand before you today. The request for a public hearing to discuss the dissolution of ETPA is most troubling for so many reasons. The passage of the resolution declaring the rental emergency was the result of years of discussion and public dialogue in which renters of ETPA housing spoke about their personal and troubling experiences at the hands of unscrupulous landlords who ignored complaints of substandard apartments, experienced excessive rent increases, and in some cases faced retribution for the very desire to get the way they were paying for. Some of those tenants were forced to leave those apartments and risk their home life so that others could protect what they may never get. Have any of you sitting there ever made that kind of sacrifice? In the resolution for the public hearing, you suggest that the shortage of rental apartments has somehow disappeared since last September. The notion that a program that's barely started has somehow solved the problem or has not been successful is both absurd and illogical. The truth is, it's hard to find any kind of apartment in Ossining, luxury market rate or subsidized. The vacancy study that was done last summer more than illustrated the lack of rentals in the ETPA properties according to the prescribed requirements to meet the threshold to declare the emergency. So I asked myself, what reason would Mayor Garrity and Trustees Levin and Casada have to repeal ETPA so soon after its recent passage? In the absence of any village-approved legislation that provide similar or equal protections to ETPA, I can only see this as a punitive action that will only hurt those who lack political and economic power. I can understand punishing your political opponents for not seeing your way, but punishing the residents of ETPA rental housing by stripping them of their newfounded protections is just cruel and heartless. Mayor, in your inauguration speech, you talked about understanding for the need to listen and understand the needs of the parts of the community that you don't look like. That was a commendable declaration. But to pivot from that and take away tenants' rights provided by ETPA is contradictory to that notion. Guess who lives in ETPA housing? The very constituents that you hope to engage. You and the trustees in support of the disabling of ETPA need to understand the real-life consequences of taking these basic tenant rights to have a secure and stable home life. Will you be there to talk to the children of the families who are forced from the Ossining schools because the rent increases are too high? Will you be there to explain to a senior citizen or a disabled resident on fixed income they have to leave their home? No, you won't be there. And you certainly have no power to change the situation. The capitalist system and economic Darwinism that we experience in this country has no moral center. It only knows one thing: profit. And that's the other side of the equation. Who really benefits from ETPA? Commercial real estate owners. This is one of the saddest days in the village of Ossining's political history. You have surely lost your moral compass, and you are bereft of any compassion.
Okay, next, Lisa Rudley.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Rudley, and I'm the proud parent of 3 children, 2 who attend the Ossining schools, and my oldest who is a graduate. I serve on the Ossining School Board, and I'm the executive director of the New York State Allies for Public Education. I also serve on the advisory board for the New York State Office of Children and Family Services, and I'm a longtime advocate for students and people with disabilities. Last year, I stayed in the background as a quiet advocate for the Emergency Tenant Protection Act. As I work with family and children in the Ossining community and around the state, I've become deeply familiar with the importance of stable housing to enable academic and social and emotional wellness for our children and for their success. Only a few short months ago, Ossining made history by passing this vitally needed Emergency Tenant Protection Act, only to rip it away from the people it will serve in the first few months of this session. I can no longer stay publicly silent in the face of the recent efforts of Mayor Garrity, Trustee Levin, and Trustee Casada to hold a public hearing to end ETPA. Ending ETPA would also place in jeopardy rent-freeze programs for seniors and people with disabilities that the mayor voted in favor of last year. The move toward repealing programs that create stability for over 1,200 families in this village is dangerous, and in fact, a blow to the democratic process and what we value for this community. I question the integrity of our democracy in Ossining today. What else will be hastily repealed and rescinded? We as a community, we must move forward, not backwards. We want to be able to build on this program to create greater housing equity here in Ossining and beyond. And I respectfully call on this board to vote no to holding a public hearing to rescind ETPA. Our most vulnerable part of our community is counting on all of you to do the right thing. Thank you.
Excuse me, I didn't hear where you lived, I'm sorry. People are giving where they lived. In Briarcliff Manor? Okay.
I also just want to mention that if you have prepared written statements, you can give them to me and they can be entered into the record that way. Next, we have Cooper Conway.
Good evening. I'm Cooper Conway, 7 Sleater Drive, Ossining, New York, town of Ossining, town outside. I am also the priest in charge of 2 churches, one in the town outside, St. Paul's, and the other one in the village of Ossining. As most of you know, I have been attending these board meetings for more than a year now on behalf of the ETPA, and my observation of you as a board is that you have been conducting a deliberate, slow process, 2 housing assessments, or vacancy studies, as you may call them, 3 public hearings, and finally, after more than a year anyway, the ETPA was passed last September. And now, the village board, mostly the same village board, is moving extremely swiftly to repeal and replace the ETPA. So what is the rush? I would suggest that if you are looking to replace this and you are looking for the confidence of your constituents, that you present a full and well-studied replacement policy along with the moment of repealing it, so that people can then respond to that and that people can feel that they have been heard, and perhaps that you will hear things that might influence your next actions. So I would urge you at this point not to behave completely differently than the way you behaved when you were looking to place ETPA in position and rush to repeal it. Please, please, please be consistent in your behavior. Thank you.
Miguel Hernandez.
My friends on the board and community, this has been a bittersweet day for me. A few minutes ago, you saw me up on the stage, up on the dais, getting an award for my services from my board, and I do consider you my board because you were all duly elected. At a time like this, you're always tempted to say, in sadness rather than in anger. But tonight, I have to tell you at this moment in time, I'm angry. Angry that my fellow Democrats, people who are supposed to watch out for the poor, for the working poor, for the middle class, and for the people who have been disenfranchised, are now taking action that is counter to that. I grew up in the age of, and earned my political wings, my political stars, whatever you want to call it, under various Democratic presidents. Yes, even going back to President Roosevelt. Okay, my parents and I, we benefited from the programs that were put into place then. We were poor, living in a tenement building in Brooklyn. And that's how I still feel I am today. In the dark of night, almost you could say, all of a sudden, without warning, you foisted a program, you recalled a program, you repealed a program that was intended to help the very poor people of this community that need it the most. You sided with the corporate companies of America who are strangers to this community. And that is not right. You should be siding with the people who live in this community, not those from outside. I urge you, in closing, please, for the love of God, rescind your order to stop the ETPA. It is evil. Thank you.
Jacinda Moore.
My name is Jacinda Moore, and I am a member of Indivisible. My wife and I are homeowners, and we have lived at 36 Eastern Avenue for almost 6 years. We enjoy living in a racially, linguistically, and economically diverse community. Village housing policy plays a critical role in maintaining that diversity and, more importantly, in ensuring the well-being of our neighbors. When Ossining adopted the ETPA last year, it was a big deal. It was a big deal for thousands of renters who immediately didn't have to worry anymore that their landlords would kick them out for no reason, or jack up the rent by hundreds of dollars next month. And it was a big deal for the village as a whole, because we sent a clear message that everyone is valued here. A lot of people did a lot of work to get ETPA passed. Over the course of years, hundreds of people, including renters and homeowners, have given of their time, money, and service. But I want to specifically acknowledge one group of people who have risked everything. In this very room, we heard from people who were living in ETPA-eligible housing. They were afraid of retaliation for speaking out about landlord abuses. They took a risk, knowing that without ETPA, they might not have a place to live, because nothing would stop their landlords from terminating their leases to punish them for speaking out. If you vote to end ETPA, you are telling those people that their voices don't matter. If you vote to end ETPA, you are voting for those brave people to be thrown out on the street. It's not too late to step back. It's not too late to withdraw Resolution C. I believe that we can build a housing policy that works for everyone. Ending ETPA would do nothing to help people living in post-1974 buildings. All it would do is hurt people who live in pre-1974 buildings. And that is a step in the wrong direction. I urge you to withdraw Resolution C and keep ETPA in effect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura Case.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Laura Case. I am here tonight in my role as Systems Advocate at Westchester Disabled in the Move. I stand in solidarity with some of our consumers who are also my fellow disability rights advocates. And I also stand in solidarity with our allies from across Westchester. We are here to read a statement from my Executive Director, Mel Tansman, on why the repeal of ETPA would be absolutely devastating to people with disabilities. Good evening. I offer the following statement opposing the repeal of the Emergency Tenant Protection Act in the Village of Ossining. Westchester Disabled on the Move is an independent living center providing information and referral, advocacy, and help finding housing to people with disabilities. As you can imagine, living with a disability on a fixed income is a great challenge in Westchester. Each year, Wadomi provides housing assistance to over 700 people with disabilities. A disabled person on supplemental security income has to spend over 170% of their monthly income just to afford a one-bedroom apartment in Westchester. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, there are 1,960 people with disabilities in this village. Of the 2,700 seniors in the village, 971 have a disability. These individuals and families struggle to maintain their independence in the community. They struggle to avoid unnecessary institutionalization and homelessness. The tools that they should be able to use should and must include ETPA, along with the Senior Citizen Rent Increase Exemption, SCREE, and the Disability Rent Increase Exemption, DRE. If a municipality has adopted ETPA, as the Village of Ossining did in September, seniors and people with disabilities below an established income level can have their rents frozen using SCREE and DRE. This is an incredibly valuable benefit to seniors and people with disabilities, without which they can be priced out of their homes with very limited alternatives. It's also a win-win, as landlords are compensated for the rent abatement with local property tax credits. Unfortunately, these exemptions are only available to tenants who reside in buildings covered by ETPA. So if there is no ETPA, there is no SCREE and DRE. Without ETPA, these crucial protections for people with disabilities will not exist. Wadomi applauded the passage of ETPA in Ossining last year. We are dismayed that the Board of Trustees is considering its repeal and thus taking away one of the few tools a tenant has to remain in their own homes. To strip seniors and people with disabilities of rent protections at this time would be unconscionable and is simply bad public policy. In closing, I appeal that the Village Board of Trustees not take an action that will endanger the civil rights of seniors to age in place and of people with disabilities to retain their independence in the community. Do not repeal ETPA in the Village of Ossining. Thank you.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Oops, sorry.
Hi. Hello.
Ms. Case.
What?
Ms. Case was her name.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Ms. Case.
Hi, I have a question. We don't have conversations or debates, so it's a question for clarity only. Tell me again where you live, I'm sorry.
I live in White Plains, but
Great, okay.
I work at a center that represents people with disabilities
Right.
throughout Westchester.
Familiar,
including
and we've
Ossining.
seen your executive, so question, the numbers that you had, aside from ETPA, are there other programs in place in municipalities that cover what SCREE and DRE does, but not within ETPA?
I do not believe there is any program that does quite what SCREE and DRE does.
Okay.
I can connect you with my executive director, though, who could give you more information.
We have his name. So if the village were to do that beyond ETPA, that would be something that has not been done before, is that correct?
I believe that the easiest way and the best way to get these protections is by keeping E ETPA.
No, I understand that, but that wasn't my question. My question is if there is a local law that provides for the same benefits, not just for people who happen to be in buildings before 1974, but all, is that something that's been done before? The answer is no, right?
I'm Reverend Lofton Woods.
Hi.
I'm a former tenant representative on the Westchester County Rate Guidelines Board.
Okay.
Without ETPA, there is no SCREE, there is no
I understand.
DRE.
That was-
It has not been done, it will not be done.
Okay, so what you're saying is there isn't another place
ma'am.
except that? Okay,
Thank you.
that's what I want to know. Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Sheila Vereen Messingale.
Good evening, everybody. Mayor Garrity, trustees, and everyone else.
The microphone.
Dear Mayor Garrity, thank you. Dear Mayor Garrity, we are writing to express our deep concern regarding our effort. Start again. My name is Sheila Vereen Massengale. I'm a resident of Ossining, a taxpayer, and a member and leader of Ossining's Community Voices Ossining's chapter. Okay. Dear Mayor Garrity, we are writing to express our deep concern regarding your effort to counteract the direction taken by the Village of Ossining to enact the Emergency Tenant Protection Act, ETPA, Senior Citizen Rent Increase Exemption, SCREE, and Disability Rent Increase Exemption, DRE. The decision to enact ETPA was rightfully made after hundreds of residents showed their concern and passion for justice. Village residents engaged in hundreds of door-to-door, in-person conversations as well as house meetings, where deep discussions took place. In addition, 3 public hearings were conducted, which gave everyone concerned a chance to express their thoughts and interests on this program. Backing out of this program is not in the best interests of the many residents who participated in our democracy in support of the decision to approve the ETPA legislation. The fact is, ETPA is already effective. Our working families are beginning to sign ETPA leases that are fairer and keep rents affordable. Ossining has already become a more just and equitable community. If you undo ETPA, you will effectively kick families out of Ossining who are less fortunate and will be strapped to meet unfair rent increases. This is not the right path for Ossining. These families need to be able to live in Ossining and move forward with their lives. Let's stop with the threats to families who want to work, worship, and educate their children in our village. We know from over 40 years of experience that there is no local alternative that will provide anywhere near the protections that ETPA provide to tenants. In this era of increased inequality, let's move forward and support all of Ossining, not just those who are the most fortunate economically. Let's work together to support just and fair rents, and don't take advantage of families, seniors, and people with disabilities who need stable and affordable rental homes in Ossining. This letter is signed by Pastor Sean Ellison Jones, Star of Bethlehem Baptist Church, Reverend Cooper Conway, Trinity and St. Paul's
Episcopal.
We
got it.
Episcopal Church.
We got it.
Sister Nanny Connor, Mary Knoll, Sister Jean Fallon, Mary Knoll, Reginald Bush, former director of the Interfaith Council for Action, IFCA, Westchester County African American Advisory Board, Planning Board, Board of Architecture Review, founder of Spring and Broad Neighborhood Watch, first chairman of Market Square Committee, Zoning Board of Appeals. Miguel Hernandez, former mayor of the Village of Ossining. John Cobbin, former deputy mayor and trustee of the Village of Ossining. And Marcella Levin, MSW and community organizer. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon.
Jean Fallon.
Good evening. My name is Jean Fallon, and I reside at the Marino Sisters located in Pines Bridge Road in Ossining, New York. I'm here as a representative of my community, but also present here as BOMA, Briarcliff Ossining Ministerial Association. We are here because of the Emergency Tenant Act that was passed by the Village Board last September, by the same board but different members. As our presence here, we're here to show a moral presence, something that the mayor's group can just sign off on and change things around for themselves is not allowed in a moral sense. Several things are very disturbing about the way this has been done. It seems it was done fairly secretly, without the knowledge of at least 2 members of the town board. Further, they were notified just a few days ago that this meeting was going to take place and what its meaning was. As people religiously affiliated, most of us realize that historically, those who need civic help are ignored or denied in favor of the more privileged. Our church's compassion demands our primary obligation is to the poor and disadvantaged. The Emergency Tenant Protection Act, brought into law September last, was a breakthrough for these people whose salaries are not enough to protect them against eviction. What the village board has done is in direct conflict with the religious and moral values and the way we try to live them out. This evening, the presence of those recognized as significant members of Ossining represent a moral presence that demands respect. Unfortunately, we cannot say this move scheduled for tonight is nothing but morally evil. And what is proposed is ethically corrupt and lacking in compassion. It really hurts me to say this, but it is the truth. It can be also said that the duplicity of the whole affair has now become obvious, and that the presence and statements of civic leaders can help to make this clear to the citizens of Ossining. Religious leaders are standing here this evening with those who have no recourse in a situation like this. If the village board wishes to expand tenant protection, they already have made a start with the ETPA, which they now want to take away. We hope, a small hope, that the board will pull back on this duplicity and to prioritize enacting the ETPA as a process of democracy demands. This Ossining board assembled last year to take the ETPA proposal. They discussed it, brought objections, studied its limits, and followed up on the requirements. It took this act 3 years of doing this before it was brought to a vote. The ETPA has finally presented, voted on, and passed. Rescinding this vote would set a precedent that will affect every act the village board makes from now on. Thank you for allowing me to express this, and I wish to say it's with great sadness.
Thank you, Sister.
Alberta Walker.
Good evening. My name is Alberta Walker. I'm a retired nurse, a voter, and a resident of 70 Croton Avenue in Ossining, New York, one of the buildings that is currently protected under the Emergency Tenant Protection Act. I was born and raised in the village of Ossining. I love my community, but the rising rents in our village pose a threat to my ability to remain here. This is why I, along with hundreds of others, fought to pass ETPA last year. When ETPA passed last year, I felt I finally had peace of mind that my housing situation would be stable here for the years to come. I was even more encouraged to see our mayor join with her fellow trustees to pass rent freezes for the seniors and people with disabilities who live in ETPA buildings. I am deeply disturbed by the actions of our mayor, Victoria Garrity, along with two trustees, Rika Levine and Manuel Quazita, to move toward repealing ETPA. This would also put an end to the rent freeze program for seniors like me and people with disabilities. My life and my home is not a political game. I wish our mayor understood the emotional turmoil she has caused for myself and thousands of residents in her decision to hold a public hearing to end ETPA. The move toward repealing programs that create stability for myself and other families in this village is disrespectful and dangerous. It makes me question the integrity of our democracy here in Ossining. As a community, we want to move forward, not backwards. We want to be able to build on the ETPA program to create greater housing equity in the village. I call on our mayor to vote no on holding a public hearing to end ETPA. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Reverend Emma Lofton Woods.
Good evening. I'll introduce myself again. I am Reverend Emma Jean Lofton Woods. I'm a former member, tenant representative on the Westchester County Rent Guidelines Board. And if I may say to those individuals that were acknowledged for their service, I appreciate you. I served on that board for 16 years. It is a seat that you do not get paid for. You all get a salary. We did not. Service is a price we pay for being on this earth. Serving others is a price we pay for being on this earth. It's not something you do in your spare time. And I'm sure that you all have something better that you would rather be doing, but because you want to serve Ossining is why you're here, and because you were elected. I served this county, and I was proud that Ossining finally came under the Emergency Tenant Protection Act. And understand what those words are. Emergency Tenant Protection Act. Maybe you all don't need it, those three individuals who so readily want to undo what was done. It sounds like there's a fever in America right now, that anything that was done that is going to benefit those that are less fortunate than others, let's undo it. What kind of spirit are we in? What kind of consciousness do we have that you give somebody a piece of bread in one hand and then you snatch it away from them in the other hand? And you don't need to pass the plate, because I ain't gonna preach tonight, but I'm gonna let you all know what you're doing ain't right. You do not take the soul of people. Housing, food, clothing, shelter, transportation, these are basic human needs. You gave that to the people. Do not take it away from them. What do you benefit? What do you three people benefit? You get another notch on your collar? You get few more dollars in your pocket. What do you really benefit by trying to repeal this act that you we thought you cared about the people, that you adopted? This is not Washington, D.C. It's not the Republican acting the fool on one hand and the Democrats trying to be sensible on the other hand. We are human beings, and you all are dealing with human lives. And trust me, God knows what you're doing. God sees what you're doing. And I'm not here to frighten you, but I stand with the moral community in this city, or rather village, of Ossining. I worked here many years ago. I know something about this place. I have family here. And what you all are trying to do is just unconscionable. Really, really. I am appalled that you sit here and you listen to these people, and yet you've got an axe where you're getting ready to cut off people's lives. I hope you sleep well tonight.
John Van Steen. John Van Steen.
My name is John Van Steen. I'm a resident of Ossining. I have been before this board a number of times regarding ETPA and have presented studies to the board about Ossining in its relation to other communities with ETPA and Ossining's relationship within the county. I presented to you studies on affordability, which shows that Ossining is a more affordable community than most other communities in Westchester County and more affordable than almost all communities with ETPA. I've presented before you vacancy rate studies, which have shown that Ossining has a higher vacancy rate than almost every other community in Westchester County, and especially those communities with ETPA. And why do these studies show so favorably against communities with ETPA? Basically because ETPA is a poorly written, poorly designed law that does not reach that does not satisfy its mandate of creating an affordable community. ETPA creates a less affordable community because it takes the oldest and presumably most affordable spaces off of the market, locking them up and preventing them from the normal turnover that you would have in a community. And so what does this do? There is a slight benefit to those who are already in place. There is no benefit to the community. There is no benefit to anyone looking for affordable housing. There is no benefit for people wanting affordable housing because those are no longer on the market and they have to go to the post-1974 housing inventory. So as much as we want Ossining to be affordable, we have to understand that ETPA is not the route to create affordable housing. There are other methods that the board has been apprised of that have to do with public-private partnerships, that have to do with engagement in the community to create new affordable housing. This is the way the village should go. ETPA does not work and does not help those looking for affordable housing. Thank you.
James Hausman.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jim Hausman. I'm a principal of a company called Eagle Rock. Thank you. We own several multifamily communities here in Ossining, one of which would be ETPA eligible, or is it ETPA eligible. The reason I want to make a few remarks today is obviously there's a strong anti-landlord sentiment here, and we understand. And about a year or two ago, I came before this board to talk about amicable ways to settle differences relating to the problems within the local market. And I remember a lot of people came up here, and the real driver, at least at that time, maybe a year or two ago, over ETPA was really housing conditions. If everybody would recall, people came here, village residents said housing conditions were abominable in the old buildings and they needed to be fixed. And ETPA, at that time, I felt personally that the debate over ETPA was about the unwillingness of landlords or the inability of landlords to reinvest in the properties. And the thought process was that ETPA would hopefully, besides giving renewals, automatic renewals to tenants, but also increase and improve housing conditions. No one here today yet has mentioned housing conditions. While I may be unpopular in the room, I can carefully say to everyone in this room, the properties that I own in this in the village, which are several, we've made millions of dollars of reinvestment into our communities. And I believe that we have corrected a lot of the wrongs of prior ownership. And I am the type of landlord that you want in your community. I have been here for years now, speaking on behalf of my company. I can't, of course, speak for all landlords, but that we are a believer in improved housing conditions and providing clean, safe places to live. And I believe our properties in this area exemplify that. But as a village board, it's a hard decision. They have to think about housing conditions, you have to think about revenue, and they have to abide by a sound process. And unfortunately, right now, some of you may be aware, there's a lot of legal wrangling going on over the process that occurred in terms of the adoption of ETPA, and that's for you to see online if you need to. But everybody needs to understand that from fundamentally, when this market was reviewed by a guy named Kevin Dworka, he said that rent stabilization was the last alternative and the least popular alternative in the village of Ossining. Yet, the village board passed rent stabilization only 16 days after the vacancy study was delivered. The vacancy study was delivered on August 22nd. Stabilization was adopted on like September 6th or so? 5th. One public meeting. Look at the record to see whether the right questions were asked. Who was in control of the board at that time by a 3-2 margin? Look whether the process that occurred over Labor Day weekend was fair and just. Be objective. I'm all for fair process. I'm all for fair housing. But look to see if the process was just. That's what we have to do. This is what the board struggles with. Everybody knows, because I've been on the record, to say that I'm in favor of helping. Where is a way? He mentioned private-public partnerships. I'm willing to talk. We reinvest in our properties. Somebody thinks he's funny. Yeah, good idea. Yeah, apology accepted, pal. So in any event, look at that process that occurred back in August, September. And look to see if ETPA indeed was the result of fair and just.
Thank you, Mr.
But yet
Hausman.
I'm here, and I want to do business with everyone in this room.
Thank you, Mr. Hausman.
Thank you. I just had a question. Where do you live? You didn't say it when you...
Where do I live?
Yes.
I live in Manhattan.
Okay.
And I own 5 communities in Ossining.
Okay, thank you.
And Peaks.
I just wanted it for the record. Thank you.
Yeah, we're asking everybody. Same thing.
Okay. Fernando Diaz? Yes.
Good evening.
Yes, Fernando Diaz. I need interpreter for Spanish. My English is basic. Right? I need an interpreter. More is better.
Okay, sure. And I have Trustee Quesada who could make sure that I'm interpreting correctly. So, okay.
Okay.
Sigue.
Yo estoy protegido por el programa de TPS now.
I am a Ossining resident that is part of the ETPA program.
Y Julia me llamó por teléfono diciendo que la alcaldesa lo iba a cancelar.
I got a call from Julia letting me know that the mayor was going to rescind the protections that were just passed.
Entonces yo estoy preguntando, ¿a qué estamos jugando?
So I'm asking, what are we playing with?
Estamos jugando al ratón o al gatito escondido.
I don't know what that means.
Bueno.
Are we playing a game?
Okay.
A cat and mouse.
Yeah, are we playing a cat and mouse game?
Entonces lo siguiente, aquí somos todos americanos, ¿ok? Incluso yo.
Here we're all Americans like me.
Entonces mi pregunta es,
So my question
realmente
is,
a la alcaldesa. ¿Quién es la alcaldesa que no la conozco?
who is the mayor because I don't know her?
¿Le puedo hacer una pregunta? ¿No hay problema?
Can I ask her a question? Is that a problem?
¿Cuál es el problema que ella tomó esa decisión para cancelar esto? ¿Es un problema racial?
What
¿Es
is
un problema
what
monetario?
caused you to make this
poder?
prompt decision? Is it power? Is it money? Is it
¿O de poder?
racism? Or is it power?
El poder se saca y se pone cuando los grandes quieren.
Power comes and goes.
Cuando los grandes quieren, se saca y se pone el poder. Mi pregunta es, ¿por qué tomó esa decisión tan radical con todo el pueblo que precisa?
Why did you take such a radical step to start this process to rescind ETPA?
Yo quería que ella respondiera porque todos queremos escuchar acá.
I would like for her to respond because it's a question we all want an answer to.
Thank you, sir. This is a public hearing where we're listening to you. I imagine myself and other board members will make comments.
En este proceso es solo para que
para escuchar
solo.
los comentarios del pueblo y cualquier cosa podemos hacer una declaración luego si es que es necesaria.
Pero
¿Cuándo ella
no
va a
es
dar
una
la respuesta?
conversación.
¿Y cuándo ella va a dar la respuesta del el cambio radical que tuvo?
He's
Hace
asking,
6
when are
meses, me
you going to
parece.
be giving a response?
Hace 6 meses que tenemos el TPS y lo cambió.
ETPA
así
has
de un
been
día para
around
el
for
otro.
6 months and you changed it out of nowhere.
Thank you very much. This isn't a dialogue. This isn't a conversation. This is a public hearing. My door is open. I've fielded many phone calls, and I will gladly make more comments later on this evening when we actually vote on item C.
Esto no es una conversación hoy, es solo para escuchar, pero su puerta está abierta.
Entonces dígale que el día cuando ella tenga la respuesta quiero escucharla. Todos queremos escuchar esto. A ver la
Please
decisión de
tell
ella.
her that when she has the answer, to please let us know because we all want to know.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Tamara Stewart.
Good evening. My name is Tamara Stewart. I live in Mount Vernon. Once upon a time, I worked in Ossining, so I am familiar with this community. I have come and spoken before you before. I'm here tonight in my capacity as the newest tenant representative on the Westchester Rent Guidelines Board. I have been first elated to see the passage of ETPA in this community. The reverberations of this board's decision back in September has been felt throughout New York State and has given tenants throughout this state some sense of hope in the middle of a housing crisis and a homelessness issue that is not going to go away anytime soon. For this board, after years of people having fought, put their lives and their housing on the line in order to try to secure some kind of tenant protection, some kind of stability for their families, and to have it all taken away so quickly is truly unconscionable. For the people who are so quick to do away with ETPA, I ask the question, why not give it a try? For the people who say it's not going to make any difference, that there are better ways of getting it done, my question is, why not just give it a try? You haven't even given it the opportunity. You can always, down the road, should you find that it is not doing what it was intended to do, you can always repeal it at some later point in time. And at that point in time, at least you will have the political cover of having given it a go, of having given it a try, and then based on some data that indicate that it is not effective, then look at repealing it. That option is always available. It does not have to be done this evening. And I guarantee all of the people who are willing to vote against it that you will find your names and your reputation are going to be connected to this decision politically, because there is a statewide movement on behalf of tenants, and this is not going to be something that is going to reflect well on you going forward. So I encourage you, for all kinds of reasons, to think long and hard before you decide to summarily get rid of ETPA a few scant months after a years-long fight to implement it. Thank you.
That's all we have written on the list. Are there others who would like to comment on any of the board resolutions this evening? Welcome, Mr. Hanratty.
Hi, Madam Mayor, members of the board. My name is Dennis Hanratty. I'm the Executive Director of Mount Vernon United Tenants. Mount Vernon United Tenants is the only funded and staffed tenant association in Westchester, so we have a wealth of knowledge and a wealth of experience with laws. I've been doing this for over 35 years. In my professional opinion, the Emergency Tenant Protection Act is by far the most effective and the most cost-effective means of providing affordable housing. Now, as one of our speakers from the other side was talking about, it's not creating any affordable housing. It's not, but it's protecting existing housing. He had the nerve to say nobody has benefited from this. I think the testimony you've heard tonight shows a load of people benefited. 1,200 units representing how many, 4,000 or 5,000 people have benefited, and they benefited very, very clearly. They have some stability. People talked about their security, knowing they can go to bed tonight, knowing that they're not going to get a rent increase next week because they complained about a leaky faucet or anything like that. It provides you that security, that stability that other laws don't, and there are no other laws. He talks about, let's find some other things. Where are the subsidies? The subsidies are being taken away from us on all different levels. I have a VISTA program in my office that works on federally assisted project-based Section 8 building. Section 8 is under attack all of the time. Federal subsidies are disappearing. We have to protect what we have. Sure, we want to try to build more affordable housing. And my agency, even though we don't do that, we work with other groups, not-for-profit groups throughout Westchester that do exactly that. But more importantly is to preserve what we have. We may not be creating affordable housing through the ETPA, but we're going to protect 1,200 units. 1,200 families are going to benefit. I mean, how can somebody say nobody benefits from this? These are people who can go to sleep tonight not worrying if the marshal's going to come next week, okay? That's a huge, huge benefit, all right? I can write some more stuff up if you want, but I mean, the ETPA, like I say, is the most effective, and of course doesn't cost the village anything but like $10 a year per unit. I mean, it's peanuts for what you get on this. It's very, very difficult to build affordable housing. Very, very difficult. But this is housing you have here. It's affordable for the time being. Let's keep it there. I don't believe the numbers he was talking about either, about that we have lower rents here. I mean, I get sheets every week of all the vacant apartments here, and I look at Ossining particularly, and it's no different than every other vacant apartment throughout Westchester. Two-bedroom apartments, $1,900, $2,000, $2,200. It's this way throughout the county. There is no affordable vacant units out there, so you've got to protect what you have here. The ETPA does it. The ETPA does it better than any other law, any other policy. Like I said, I've been doing this for over 35 years. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that in my professional experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak about any of the resolutions on tonight's agenda? Seeing no one, Madam Clerk?
Okay. Let's move to the first resolution on the agenda. Approval of minutes, January 2nd, 2019, reorganizational meeting. Resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Village of Ossining hereby approves the minutes of the January 2nd, 2019 reorganizational meeting as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Comments on the board? Madam Clerk?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Approval of voucher detail, January 16, 2019. Resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Village of Austining hereby approves the voucher detail report dated January 16, 2019 in the amount of $705,254.31. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Comments on the board? Madam Clerk?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Call for opening of public hearing pursuant to New York Unconsolidated Laws, Section 8623B, consideration of a resolution that the housing emergency declared on September 5th, 2018 is either wholly or partially abated, or that the regulation of rents pursuant to the Emergency Tenant Protection Act does not serve to abate the previously declared housing emergency, and that as a result of the previously declared housing emergency is at an end, and the provisions of the Emergency Tenant Protection Act shall no longer apply to the Village of Austining buildings, to buildings containing 6 or more rental units completed prior to January 1st, 1974. Resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Village of Austining hereby calls for the opening of a public hearing to take place at the Birdsall-Fagan Police Court Facility, 8688 Spring Street, Austining, New York, on February 6, 2019 at 7:30 p.m. or as soon thereafter as the matter may be heard, to provide the public an opportunity for public comment pursuant to New York Unconsolidated Laws, Section 8623B, as to consideration of a resolution that the housing emergency declared by the Board of Trustees on September 5th, 2018 is either wholly or partially abated, or that the regulation of rents pursuant to the Emergency Tenant Protection Act does not serve to abate the previously declared housing emergency, and that as a result, the previously declared housing emergency is at an end, and the provisions of the Emergency Tenant Protection Act shall no longer apply in the Village of Austining to buildings containing 6 or more rental units completed prior to January 1st, 1974. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Comments on the board?
Sure. So I'll actually be going into this and continuing business, but because this is being voted on now, I will speak now. I am so saddened and upset that we're making village residents go through this for the 3rd time. I actually want to find a way to somehow offer some sort of counseling or service at Village Hall to go through the trauma that you have had to experience for the 3rd time in this administration. Public hearings have been had, studies have been done, taxpayer dollars have been spent, and this comes down to politics, this comes down to values, and this comes down to who we are, but who we want to be, and what that means for whoever actually says that. We found out of this resolution a couple hours before our meeting last Wednesday, January 9th. Because it was a work session, I requested that we discuss it, so I asked Corporation Counsel, who I'm assuming was requested by the Village Board, either Trustee Levin, Mayor Garrity, or Trustee Casada, to draft a piece that would revoke or repeal, right? So start the process. So the public hearing is the first process in doing so. And I had to really ask him to break it down because I didn't really understand it when I first read it. And I've been on a board where especially Trustee Levin has, and I've actually agreed with her, and I still do, has said, we go by experts and professionals, not just by people. And, so I said, wait, so we're going to repeal ETPA with no new vacancy study, no analysis, no facts, just months after the implementation? The state is barely done onboarding all of the eligible apartments. People are just beginning to get ETPA leases. So it's funny how for this, experts and facts and analysis don't matter, but for other items it does. I am not in the business of getting on the good political graces of my colleagues because I work for you, the Austining residents. And as you know, my prior year, I made it very clear that I don't want to be part of a system or a group that is not serving you. Okay? You've heard a lot, and I've heard it from my colleagues on my past year. Austining residents, business owners, homeowners, renters, you've been called agitators. You've been called bullies. You're making people feel uncomfortable when you speak because you're organizing yourselves and you're advocating for what you need in your community. because that hasn't been done. Groups that represent the entire county and state are now looked as outsiders and intruders. They're people not from our community. I am so damn thankful that organizations like Westchester Disabled on the Move and Community Voices Heard and the County Board of Legislators are partnering up with you to help you organize and mobilize, because clearly this community is not. And thank God that they are in charge of representing the entire county. So don't be discouraged when a trustee, makes a big deal about where you are or where you live, because we all play a role. And I'm so grateful for the outreach that has been poured out to us for I would say the past week from all levels of government. We are in a very good position in Albany right now where you have leadership, including the governor. He announced it yesterday in his justice agenda in the state of the state. No intentions to repeal rent stabilization, but to expand the program as it expands. So I'm saddened to say that Ossining is now the leader against that in the state of New York. We are the leader of removing rights before actually, if all the communities that had ETPA have it right now were able to create their own program, don't you think they would have done it by now? It's very easy to say we're going to do a symbolic tenants' bill of rights. We're going to do a lease for all, even though we don't even know what that means. We're going to do our own version of it. But you need, ETPA is a law because it's strengthened by state law. There's legal processes to it. There's protections. It actually has teeth. So you could actually know that something's going to happen if you make a phone call or if you actually report an incident. What you're seeing here, which you may see, because this is the third time we voted on it, and they're still coming back. So don't be surprised if it actually is repealed. But that is a change of values, right? The real estate lobby actually worked here. It worked. They were successful at convincing policymakers that what they're saying is, and that's how politics works. Policy works, and that's their right, and as they should. But just know who's being heard and who's not. And now you have a track record, right? We have, what I've seen and experienced is that from the roundabout to this, there's a big thing that residents will learn to buy in or listen to us. Mom and dad knows best. And no, I work for you. You elected me to represent everyone in the community, but to make sure that everyone has a clear shot, regardless of whether I believe in that policy or not. And even though it only affects 1,200 units and close to a couple thousand families, that's the biggest affordable housing type policy, or excuse me, since I can't say created affordable housing, that is the only policy that is keeping residents that we say we want here to actually stay here. The biggest impact and the biggest amount of people in the past 30, 40 years in Ossining. So while it's nice to create 10 new units here and talk about how to create our own version, clearly they don't get the urgency. How can I look at you? How could I look in your face right now and say, listen, we're starting a process to create our own version of ETPA that is going to have all the protections and then some, legally, that actually has teeth. We don't really know how we're going to do it. We don't really know the legal way for it. We don't really know if we can do it. We don't really know what that means. We haven't really discussed what parts. We haven't really. So what do you do in the meantime? I mean, we just spent three years talking that you don't have time to waste. I know that the majority of this board has the luxury to have time to wait, but the majority of Ossining does not. So we're starting off the year. I thought, I ran for office. I'm not a sore loser. I lost. But the election finished in November, and we're back to work in December and moving on. And it's, I started the year by agreeing with my colleagues and my friends and my neighbors, all the calls that I got, Omar, just make it a year of unity, forgiveness, working together, finding a way, equity. And this is the first legislative agenda item for the Village of Ossining in 2019, setting the tone for the year. And what I need you to do is partner, because I've spoken to plenty of them already, partner with your county and state reps who are watching this since this appeal started last week and who are trying to dissect how it came about, the intention, what it means. But this also means that now more than ever, you got to organize now more than ever. Look how hard you had to work just to get it taken away. What if you want to organize about? I'm pretty sure you have other policies that you want to organize for soon, right? We're not helping you organize those, are we? Right? Because clearly, it matters who you are in Ossining. And I'm going to keep on saying that because I live it, I experience it, I see it. So, it is your job to make us as uncomfortable as possible in a safe and legal way going forward. But to make sure that you are heard and you cannot be ignored, even if it takes a month or a year. And there are many creative ways for you to do that. Also, look around. We have a packed room, right? We did this because of the unfortunate events that are occurring, but we need you involved. We need you to pay. Look what happens when you don't pay attention, right? If it wasn't for myself or Trustee Bazemore or all these groups, did you get a notice of the intention to rescind ETPA? No. Transparency, right? So, you're going to hear days to come. We are so special that we're going to create our own policy in the state of New York. No one else has been able to do it. It's a commendable goal. And you're going to hear, and we have this idea and that idea. Don't let it fool you. Ossining is changing. It is. Now, it's up to you to determine what that change is and what you tolerate and what you don't tolerate. Later tonight, I don't expect you to stay here, but I'm going to be going through the whole timeline of this process. That is going to be pretty eye-awakening. And I think an investigation is due on the whole board on how that process took place the past 3 years. I myself, as I was in Albany during the time, as you know, in my fellowship, and as I'm looking through the timeline, I was a little surprised by just the behavior and the actions and the practices that took place from this board, from Village Hall. So if they vote it, keep on the hope. We are just beginning. Thank you guys so much for coming out. In the interest of time, I won't translate this, but I'll try to transcribe it and put it on Facebook. And if you want a copy, let me know. But what you're seeing here is what we're fighting in DC. People promising you something and not showing how they're going to replace it. Okay? And unfortunately, we actually are all Democrats on this table. And regardless of your political standing, to me, that embarrasses me. And it makes me rethink whether I know what that even means. So I'm going to sleep tonight, but ready to fight tomorrow. So thank you guys so much. I will be voting no tonight. Thank you.
Any other comments on the board?
Thank you, Trustee Herrera, for your comments. Since I found out about this resolution, I've been trying to figure, what words can one say, right? I'm trying to, and I wanted to make sure that I didn't get too emotional, right? I wanted to make sure that I remained poised, that I remained in such a way that dignified as a political elected official should, right? And I kept wrestling with racial injustice and economic inequality. You can't separate the two. And I would say it's a lack of understanding, but that's not what it is.
my colleagues who are on the board, they understand economic injustice and racial inequality. The data is there. And so when we talk about the Emergency Tenant Protection Act, we're talking about an anti-displacement policy. Speaker tonight talked about how racially diverse we are, linguistically, racially, right, socially, economically. That is true. But unfortunately tonight, that is on trial. And the Village of Ossining has been found guilty. Right? And its punishment will be not being racially diverse. That's what its punishment will be. Look who's in this room. So I actually agree with John Van Steen. This is not a policy that creates affordable housing, but it preserves it. It preserves your fabric. And it's unfortunate that no matter what you've said tonight, these three will continue on with their decision. They have said, oh, I'm about the whole community. No, you're not. Maya Angelou said it best. Believe someone the first time when they show you. Paraphrasing. No, I messed it up. But believe it. These three have had 3 years to come up with a local solution. 3 years. We got Eagle Rock over here. Owns places, Peekskill, Ossining, Nyack. Yes, and we know about you because where you own, the rents went up. And the walls are thin. So it's what we need to do is preserve our community. That's what we need to do. That's if you value your community. We've had conversations about inclusionary, equity, diversity committees, and I need someone to tell me what to do because I don't know what to do, and I want to find a way to deal with the community. They're here. And they've shown up for 3 years. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to invite my colleagues to 2 events, Cooperative Scholarship Fund and BOMA's Martin Luther King celebration. Because what's about to take place tonight is an abomination to the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King. Yes, it is. We don't need people celebrating his life. We need you to do what he wanted you to do. And he was talking to you, the one in power. So if you're in Ossining or you're watching, just know that this board, what you see here, it won't be here 10 years from now. Right? You can say, oh, we like a diverse community, but the reality is okay, we want a diverse community, people who look differently, so you want rich black people or well-to-do black people. But the reality is in this country, black people don't have as much wealth as white families. Latinx families don't have as much wealth as white families because of economic issues historically. You can't undo that. So if you value a community, you will put in policies that preserves the community. But if you don't, you won't. Ayanna Pressley, she is just elected Congresswoman. At least she represents the state of Massachusetts. She said, I fundamentally believe that the people closest to the pain should be closest to the power. I want to paraphrase that and say that those who are close to the pain should be close to the solution. Those who are effective have spoken. And each time you speak, someone gets evicted. There was 2 casualties last time. There's probably going to be 2 more. That's the reality. So now we're playing with people's lives. Now we're saying, oh, we're going to create something. And you have a whole upstate, downstate coalition who are trying to expand ETPA because there are certain things that you can do and you can't do. If they could have done it, they would have done it already. So that's what we have to wrestle with. So I'm looking at Dana White, right? Should we have her chronicleize our communities that are here? tell the stories now so that someone can go to the library and say, look, this is what the community used to look like. Because we're not going to be here. Trustee Casada talked about Hudson Step, more luxury apartments, coming in on the end of Broad Avenue. This is why we're talking about this. That's what it is. So, my 3 colleagues are sending out eviction notices when they pass Resolution B. That's the reality, and we should stop marketing ourselves as this diverse, loving community, because this is not what love does at all. So, I give them the remainder to my time to my colleagues.
No? No, okay. Need a microphone.
I have a microphone. So, being a trustee over 6 years, I was reelected again this year. I was not part of the decision making on ETPA last year. I was part of the first study when ETPA came about. I can only speak from myself. Before I have made any decision while sitting in this chair, I've reached out to people from different expertise and different experience that I think they're experts or they know a little bit more than I do. Make a decision and to make a fair decision, because any decision that this board has made and it will make future boards, it affects our community. It affects the community as a whole. I have never pretend to be a politician because I'm not looking to go to county, I'm not looking to go to state, I'm not looking to go anywhere else but where I'm sitting right now, serve the village of Ossining. That's what I have been for the past years, and now starting the opportunity that I got this year to serve for another 2 years. That's what I will do. All the decisions that I have taken, I've studied them. I make decisions sometimes that I don't like. Someone brought up the roundabout. I was in favor of the roundabout. I like the concept. I like the idea. But I was the one who brought it up the first time, and I was the person who made the decision not to have the roundabout as well. Some of that, pretty much half of this board, 90% of this board was part of that, including John Codman. I'm not sure if he's still here. So when I'm being accused for some of the members of this board that people that we are making decisions because of lobbies or because things are unfair, and Omar, thank you. You're going to be looking into stuff that that's great. You say you're going to be going back to 3 years ago. You know, 3 years ago, as being part of this board, you were not part of this board at that time. John Codman was. We did have an opportunity to look at different options instead of ETPA. There was talks. Something that I thought it was very interesting. Something that it was nowhere near what the county could have. That didn't go through. Some talks. Look, at the end of the day, I know a lot of people, the majority of these people that are sitting in here are going to be probably disappointed, mad, upset of the decisions that probably some of the board members in here may take or not. I am a representative of the community for the village of Ossining. There are decisions that are tough to make. Some people may like it, some people may not. Okay? I don't wear a mask. I'm pretty much transparent in everything that I have done in my life. I don't like to hide behind doors or windows. This is who I am. And the decisions that I have made and I will make is to represent this community. Thank you.
11.
Yeah. So I wrote down some words. It was very clear about my position. I've always been clear that I do not believe ETPA is the right solution for affordable housing. seriously no surprise. When we were reelected, there were 3 people that ran on a platform. They were overwhelmingly voted by the public, not segments of the public, not some of the public in every single district. That was very clear what the public wanted. There are many segments to the public, but the public at large, and the majority, as somebody said, exactly voted for the people that they wanted to represent them. They may or may not be in this room. I do ask whether you live in the village of Ossining for only one reason, not to question your expertise, never questioning people's good intentions. Every member of this board and last year's board and before that, people run to be trustees because they actually love living in this village and they, in their own way, want to make this a better place. That has never been a question. It has never been a question that all 5 of us, and 5 of us last year and the year before that, want the best for the village. That goes without saying. You don't run for this office unless you do. How we get there is where we differ. Not on all issues, this one. The majority voted. That is the largest and most significant vote for who they want to represent the village of Ossining. And that is what we do. I don't work in the state. I don't work in the county. I'm not so sure what the state does, what the county does. And while I appreciate that my colleagues reached out to some representatives, some agree with ETPA and some don't. It's the same thing in our community. But I will say that a lot of work did go, a lot of conversation did happen. Every board for the past decade has looked at ETPA. None of them even put it on the agenda. This board also looked at it. So the fact that we look at it is not a negative, it's a positive. We educated ourselves, we looked at it. We did an empirical study because, frankly, all we were getting is opinion from different interest groups within this community and outside this community, and so we did an empirical study. I met Mr. Dwark, I think, through Quantel, but I can't remember. I just know that he did call me. I was a little bit concerned since he has a leanings towards ETPA, but he is considered a person who does empirical studies. So we didn't waste taxpayer money. We didn't deny the experts. If you'll look at the study, which has been on the web for over a year, it's very clear the steps and the process that should be taken, and that is what the village board attempted to do, and that is what we are still attempting to do. And part of it was the landlord-tenant committee, which Quantel and I sat on and put a lot of work into it, and there is some really great stuff that comes out of it, and yes, it does take a committee a little bit of time to gel, but that committee has been given a lot of teeth, more than most committees in the communities in Westchester County. So I, like you, will be sleeping well tonight because I think, without the sarcasm, because I didn't use sarcasm when you were speaking, okay? I am not being disrespectful to the people. I am not respectful to this people. I'm sorry. You know what? You can read what I'm saying in any way you want because I sat here and had people tell me about my morality, my spirituality, my intelligence, and everything else. I didn't sit here and say that was disrespectful because this is a public meeting. I think that in a democracy, people do have a right to say, I think you have a right to say what you want, all of you. I think I have a right to say what I want. And I don't think that I need sarcasm for somebody sitting next to me that I didn't do that to when he was speaking. I think that's a fair request. A lot of work has been done. We have educated. I've educated myself. I'm only going to speak for myself. I believe that this is not something that is good for all of the people of this village. I believe that it moves the cost and the burden of supplying the money for these units to other middle-class, working-class people who own homes and who own other things. This is not a village of millionaires. This is not a village that has corporations that pay taxes. This is a working-class community made up. And yes, Quantel, you're right. It has been diverse for many years, well before any of us were born, and it will be after we all die. It is a highly diverse community that has been for over a century, and even more than that. And everyone understands, and everybody knows that. This community is more diverse than almost any non-city community in Westchester County, something that we should all be proud of. So I'm a representative of the public, and I think as a representative of the public who voted, who we represent, who told us the representatives that they wanted, that we are doing our fiduciary responsibility and are doing the right thing. And frankly, I think it is unfair. All the personal attack is if this is something that is going to really talk about advocacy at the state and county. Seriously, if the state and county do come up with great programs, that will be the best day ever. Because if the county did what it should have done years ago and handled affordable housing across the entire county and not force your municipality to deal with it one piece at a time, we would have better laws in place and better strategies that elected officials can follow. But because the county hasn't done that, and frankly, the state could talk about what they want to do. I read what the governor put out there. All great, and when it happens, I will be the first one online when they have a policy. And when the funding for that doesn't come from middle-class, working-class people, but comes from the state in some way besides policy, I'd be the first one online. But it's not there yet. We have some pieces that we are following. There is nothing hidden or secret about the opinions and the political representation that is going on here. And so I am not in support of ETPA. I will be voting shortly. As soon as I think the mayor probably wants to say something.
Mayor, can I comment before you start?
And I will, I'm sorry, what?
When you're done, you can finish.
I can finish?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I wasn't aware that I could finish, but I thank you for that. So I don't know who's speaking next. I'm going to go get,
Wanted further
Thank you.
comment?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam, Miss.
not Madam.
Trustee Levin, thank you.
So I wanted to be clear. Trustee Levin is correct. I saw her palm card. She's never been a fan of ETPA. But to say that the voters knew that, one, that this election was about ETPA is inaccurate. This vote happened way before the primaries. I did see the mayor's palm card. She ran as a progressive candidate, and Trustee Quesada, to my knowledge, did not produce an individual palm card. So to say that the elections dictate the values of this community, this was a blue wave. This was a very blue wave, and I don't think that the majority of Ossining, or the majority of people who voted in Ossining, was aware of this, right? So I just wanted to state that, because the election wasn't about ETPA. I want to be very clear about that, unless you had separate palm cards.
Further comments on the board?
I did have a pop card. Thank you.
Okay. All right. The election's over. I was about to open by thanking everyone for their composure during the public meeting. Or deteriorating a little bit. That could be because it's getting late. I look around the room and I see a lot of familiar faces from these meetings and from our community. Dennis Hanratty, I met. He's from Mount Vernon Tenants Association. He spoke this evening. He's spoken at many meetings, and the first time that I met him was 4.5 years ago when I invited him to come and speak with the members of what was the Landlord-Tenant Relations Council years ago when I was a trustee. And I first asked to learn more about ETPA because I understood that the goals of it are to protect tenants and to preserve affordability in our community. And I'm glad that we have learned about it. 2 years later, 2016, when we had the first series, during my tenure in office anyway, of public meetings discussing ETPA, the result of that was a request that we undertake a housing needs assessment. Excuse me. Which we did in 2017. And it was a very in-depth study. And I'm very grateful to everyone who did participate. It is available online on the housing, it says Housing Studies right on the home page, and then if you click on that, you'll see it says Housing Needs Assessment, Kevin Dworka, LLC. And there are 8 policy recommendations in there. It was recommended to us that we undertake a housing needs assessment by supporters of ETPA, by people who recognized that we do have a crisis of housing in this community. We need to do a much better job protecting tenants and providing affordability. So when the study came back and it did not recommend ETPA, that was a surprise to many of us. It was a $50,000 study, but more importantly, it was a comprehensive approach to evaluating what are our housing needs and how can we best address them. Since that housing study has come out, We have moved forward with some of the recommendations, but we spent most of last year disregarding them. As I look out these signs tonight, one of them says, Mayor Victoria Garrity, don't trump us, which is particularly ironic when we look at the first they came for the poor, are you next sign, which is a direct reference to Nazi Germany. People of goodwill can disagree on the best pathway to achieve great things. Very sorry for the divisive nature that has underlied so much of this debate in our community. ETPA is believed by many to be the cornerstone, the foundation that we need to build on. But when we undertook the housing needs assessment, the reverse was recommended. There are 7 other recommendations for policy changes in our village that are recommended that we undertake first. That is what I'm advocating for in 2019. I very much hope that we are able to move forward with those. Holistic approach to providing housing for people in our community who need it most. There are no further comments on the board.
Madam Chair, Debbie, can you do me a favor? Can you upload the preliminary findings from the housing needs assessment? I think that is an important document for the public to see, because in the preliminary findings, you will find the way that the public voted on each policy. Rent stabilization has always been last, and 80% of the people who actually participated in the study were homeowners. So I want that to be a part of the public record, because when we sit up here and we talk about the housing needs assessment, it's a direct reflection of who was in the room. So one, it's always important to be in the room, because policy will be dictated by that. Now, how one chooses to proceed with policy, that's on them. But I think it's always important for that to be a part of public record. Thank you.
Madam Clerk. Oh, yes?
Sorry. I was going to do this later, but you brought it up, so I figured I'd read it. So it's very, very relevant, especially since we're following the housing needs assessment. So on page, let me pull it up. Isn't that how iPhones are sometimes?
I have a hard copy here if you want.
Okay, so in the housing needs assessment technical paper number 4, policy framework, pages 21 through 24 reads as follows. As such, ETPA could assure long-term affordability for current residents at a dramatically greater scale than what would be provided through inclusionary zoning, a program whose effectiveness is limited to the increased supply of new housing units. It is possible that the number of rent-stabilized units would decline due to high rent regulation, high rent income deregulation, or the conversion of rental buildings to owner-occupied condominiums or cooperative. Nevertheless, there is no other mechanism available to the Village of Ossining that can come close to tempering exorbitant rent increases as would the adoption of ETPA. The combined effect of price regulations, complaint procedures, and lease renewals all help to protect economically and racially diverse residents from being displaced as a result of rental fees, landlord retaliation for building complaints, and broader gentrification patterns. So it's how you also interpret the housing needs assessment and what you pull out of it to kind of, so, I mean, we kind of just proved that wrong, right? So it depends on your intentions on what do you prioritize, right? And we should have a conversation about who's in the room and why. Thank you.
I encourage everyone to please read the housing needs assessment.
The whole
if
thing.
you haven't. It states, and I have it here, if we really want to read the entire thing, I don't think we do, but it does a very good job at identifying the pros and the cons of each proposed policy. And it says unequivocally that ETPA is not fatally flawed. And I certainly hope that New York State actually does improve the program, and it's worth revisiting. And I applaud the county for finally undertaking a countywide housing needs assessment. I'm very interested to see what their recommendations are, and if they have strong, valuable recommendations, maybe that can help the state to further strengthen and improve the existing housing regulations. But that's not the case right now. All right. Any more? Madam Clerk?
All those in favor?
No.
No.
Opposed? Okay. Yes. Okay. Opposed? All those opposed?
Aye.
Okay.
Did you get that?
Yes, I
Okay.
did. Thank you. Okay. We move on to a call for a public hearing pursuant to Village of Austin Code, Section 270-59C, consideration of an application by Edward Baker and William Baker to amend the zoning map for property located on Croton Avenue from the current MF2 zoning district to the NC2 zoning district. Resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Village of Austin hereby calls for a public hearing to take place at the Birdsall-Fagan Police Court Facility, 8688 Spring Street, Austin, New York, on February 6, 2019 at 7:30 p.m. or as soon thereafter as the matter may be heard, to provide the public an opportunity for public comment pursuant to New York Village Law, Section 7-706, and Village Code, Section 270-59C, on the application by Edward Baker and William Baker to amend the zoning map for property located on Croton Avenue, Section Block and Lot 89.19-2-17, from the current MF2 multifamily zoning district to the NC2 Neighborhood Central Zoning District, and be it further resolved that pursuant to Village of Austining Code, Section 270-59C, at least 15 days' notice of the time and place of the public hearing shall be published in the village's official newspaper, and be it further resolved that pursuant to Village of Austining Code, Section 270-59C, the village clerk shall cause notice to be mailed at least 15 days before the hearing to all owners of properties which lie within 300 feet of the proposed map change. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Comments on the board? Yes.
Sorry, Stuart, or Debbie, because I have requested survey to. Okay.
Is it in the envelope? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so that's, okay. I haven't
opened it
looked
yet.
into that. No. Okay, thank you. So right now it's just to open the public hearing. Sure, at this moment, Stuart?
That is correct. It's
Okay.
to start the public hearing. I'm sorry. Okay, whichever one.
Yeah, we can't hear. We're having
To
a
start
hard
the
time.
public hearing process.
All right, no problem. Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Finance establishment of various capital projects from 2018 financing sources. Whereas village management wishes to establish capital projects for various capital purposes and purchases, which were part of the village's 2019 capital plan and designated to be financed by accumulated and available surplus fund balance as of December 31st, 2018. And whereas certain police capital purchases aggregating $78,831 that were included in the 2019 capital plan will instead be funded from available appropriations within the 2018 Police Department operating budget. Now therefore be it resolved, the adopted budgets of the general, water, and sewer funds are modified in 2018 to appropriate unexpended appropriations and/or accumulated and available fund balance for 2019 capital plan items aggregating $1,304,580, and that capital projects and capital project budgets be established as follows. Is that it? Okay. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Comments on the board? Please.
Sorry. Thank you. So part of the discussion that we had last week on our work session, Debbie, was I wanted to get a little bit more information in regards to the redesign of the operations center, the 88. I haven't seen any of that information. And also about it here, 200 Main Street.
That'll be
Part of
next
this?
week because that will be going out
Okay.
to bond.
All right. So I haven't seen any of those information that I had asked to be provided. Not sure if the rest of the board received that, but I haven't received any of that stuff.
So my intent was tonight to ask you when you could come in so we could sit down with you and go over that whole project.
Can you send that to me so I can be prepared to set up a meeting forward for that?
Sure, I can send you some
Okay.
documents.
I mean, that's my only hesitation in those 2 items, but I don't want to hold the rest of the items in here. Yeah.
You're okay with voting for it at this point and then getting the background information in detail later? Any further comments on the board?
No.
Madam Clerk?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. I just want to mention, we do have a sign-in sheet for the visitor recognition portion of the evening, if there are people that would like to speak, because I know there was a little confusion earlier.
Just to repeat what the clerk was just saying, if you didn't catch that, visitor recognition at the end, have folks already started signing up? Because it looks like we have a number of folks who would like to comment during visitor recognition.
Just sign up over there.
Thank you. Sorry. We'll stay as late as we need to. Everyone will have 3 minutes during visitor recognition. Madam Clerk?
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Finance Budget Modification 2018 Extraordinary Expenditures. Resolve that the 2018 general fund budget is modified to transfer available unexpended appropriations from contingency for one-time and/or extraordinary expenditures in 2018 as follows. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Comments on the board? Madam Clerk?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Resolution approving cabaret license for Trifecta Cuisine Corp., Karma Lounge of Westchester, 175 Main Street, Ossining, New York. Whereas pursuant to Chapters 100 and 171 of the Code of the Village of Ossining, Code, the authorized representative of the business Trifecta Cuisine Corp., Karma Lounge of Westchester, applicant, 175 Main Street, has presented an application to the village clerk as licensing officer for a cabaret license for live music, DJ, and karaoke. And whereas pursuant to Sections 100-3 and 100-5 of the code, the village clerk has caused an investigation into said application, and after receiving the results of the investigation, the application has been referred to the Board of Trustees for final approval. Now therefore be it resolved that upon receipt of a signed and dated letter from the owner of the property where the applicant is located confirming Trifecta Cuisine Corp. Karma Lounge's authority and permission to submit the license application, the Board of Trustees hereby approves a cabaret license for Trifecta Cuisine Corp., Karma Lounge of Westchester, 175 Main Street for 2019 as follows. Trifecta Cuisine Corp., Karma Lounge of Westchester, 175 Main Street, days and hours, Thursday to Sunday, 12 p.m. to 2 a.m., types of music, live music, DJ, and karaoke. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
Second.
Comments on the board?
I just like to make a comment.
Yes.
There's going to be a few
Yes.
of these, just so from a macro point of view, we try to be very consistent in the closing hours and, across the board so that all of these are on the same playing field. Just so you'll notice it as it's read through this process for those that are interested. Thank you.
Mayor, let me just let the board know that the letter from the owner was received today.
Oh, you did get it?
Yes, today.
Okay.
Okay.
Madam Clerk? We have a motion on the floor, right?
Yes, we
Okay.
do.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
May I make a request, Madam
Sure.
Clerk? Just in the interest of time, I see that we have 3 more of these. Certainly the resolved and then information about the particular is different. If the first 2 whereases are all the same other than the address and the name of the business, would it be possible to skip the first 2 whereases in these 3?
Yeah, it's fine by me. All good?
Thank you.
Okay, resolution approving cabaret license for El Manabita Sport Bar Restaurant, Inc., 107 Main Street, Ossining, New York. Resolved that pursuant to the code, the Board of Trustees hereby approves a cabaret license for El Manabita Sport Bar Restaurant, Inc., 107 Main Street for 2019 as follows. Days and hours, Monday through Thursday from 12 p.m. to 11 p.m., Friday to Sunday from 12 p.m. to 2 a.m., and types of music, live music, and DJs. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Comments on the board? Madam Clerk?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Resolution approving cabaret license for Serenita Lounge, Inc., 12 Croton Avenue, Ossining, New York. Resolved that pursuant to the code, the Board of Trustees hereby approves a cabaret license for Serenita Lounge, Inc., 12 Croton Avenue for 2019 as follows. Serenita Lounge, days and hours, Thursday through Sunday from 12 p.m. to 2 a.m., and the type of music is DJ music. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Comments on the board? Madam Clerk?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Resolution authorizing the village manager to sign, resolution approving cabaret license for Atlantic Bar Restaurant, 84 Croton Avenue, Austin, New York. Resolved that pursuant to the code, the Board of Trustees hereby approves a cabaret license for Atlantic Bar Restaurant, 84 Croton Avenue for 2019 as follows. Days and hours, Thursdays through Sunday from 5 p.m. to 2 a.m., and type of music, 2 DJs. Is there a motion?
Moved.
Second.
Comments on the board? Madam Clerk?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, resolution authorizing the village manager to sign a retention agreement with Geodesign Incorporated, PC, relating to the collapse of the retaining wall at 60 Main Street. Resolved that upon review by the Corporation Council, the village manager is authorized to sign the retention agreement dated October 16, 2018, with Geodesign Incorporated, PC, 241 West 30th Street, New York, New York, to provide engineering consulting services in connection with the collapse of the retaining wall at 60 Main Street on August 13, 2018. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
Comments on the board?
Yes, I'm in favor of this. However, I just have to make it very clear. I'm very disappointed in the owners of 80 Main Street and 60 Main Street that has forced us to do this and cost taxpayer money. The site looks horrible, and I understand it was a very unfortunate emergency, but the fact that we had to intervene for the betterment and for our residents is upsetting. So, everyone should know that 80 Main Street and 60 Main Street are not really being good Ossining neighbors right now. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Were you going to say something?
No, I just want to let Trustee Herrera, as well as the board, to know, and anyone who's watching, that 80 Main Street will be before the Planning Board on Tuesday night. They have an informal presentation with regard to what they're intending to do with the site as relates to 80. So just
That's a good update. Thank you.
Yeah.
If I may, I'm actually going to piggyback on what Trustee Herrera just said. I agree with him 100%. It's unfortunately that we have to engage a firm to actually look into what happened. And Stuart, how much is the amount that we're going to be paying for this? I'm sorry, Debbie, how much is this going to be?
Approximately $20,000.
$20,000. So that's just to make that very clear, that it's $20,000 of taxpayers' money that we're going to be investing in something like this. Hopefully we'll get resolved and, go from there, I guess.
Further comments or questions on this?
I was going to say that, so I'm going to agree. I think that went to a bunch of things this weekend. People keep thinking that everything that's in the village is within our purview and control. Honestly, it isn't. This is private properties. I didn't know if Stuart wanted to elaborate. I wish it wasn't. You're right. I mean, it's awful on one hand, but we don't control everything sitting in our seats, and I think our village management and Corporation Council are doing everything they can, and we hope that these folks start stepping in line, or else we're going to have to figure out like Plan B sooner rather than later. Where we are. And look how we're all in agreement.
Yes, I think we're all going to reluctantly vote in a moment. Madam Clerk?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Finance budget modification to provide funding for engineering study. Resolved, the 2018 general fund budget is modified to transfer appropriations from the contingency account for a proposed professional services agreement for an engineering study of the retaining wall at 60 Main Street, estimated at $20,000 as follows. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Comments on the board? Madam Clerk?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Resolution authorizing the village manager to sign an agreement with Zeltzman Associates, Inc., Down to Earth Markets, for the operation of the farmers market at Market Square from January 1st, 2018 through December 31st, 2023. Whereas Zeltzman Associates, DBA Down to Earth Market, Down to Earth, has operated a farmers market at Market Square in the village of Ossining for the past 27 years. And whereas the village of Ossining Board of Trustees considers the operation of a farmers market in the village to be beneficial to village residents, visitors to the village, local businesses, and to the vendors among among others. And whereas Down to Earth has previously entered into an agreement with the Greater Ossining Chamber of Commerce relating to the operation of the farmers market, and whereas both Down to Earth and the village's Board of Trustees considers it prudent that Down to Earth contract with the village for the operation of the farmers market at Market Square on Saturdays from January through December, now therefore be it resolved that the village manager is authorized to sign an agreement with Down to Earth for the operation of the farmers market at Market Square, such agreement subject to review by the Corporation Council. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Comments on the board? I just want to make sure, I know a few of us weighed in. Debbie, you got to speak to everybody? Okay, great. Madam Clerk?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Resolution referring the application by Ossining Land LLC for a planned waterfront special permit for the project known at Hudson Step, located at 34 State Street, 21 James Street, and 27 Hunter Street, to the Village of Ossining Planning Board for review and recommendation. Whereas Ossining Land LLC on January 3rd, 2019, submitted an application to the Board of Trustees for a planned waterfront special permit pursuant to Village of Ossining Code, Sections 270-23I and 270-53. And whereas pursuant to Village of Ossining Code, Section 270-54A, an applicant for a special permit shall simultaneously with the filing of an application with the Village Board, file an application for site development plan approval with the Planning Board, together with appropriate plans, drawings, and fee for site development plan review. Thereafter, and before the Village Board shall give any consideration to review the application for such special permit, the Planning Board shall review the application for the purpose of preliminary site development plan review, and in light of the general considerations herein and specific standards herein for special permits. Thereafter, the Planning Board shall transmit its recommendations to the Village Board within 90 days of the receipt of a complete application for site development plan, and whereas Ossining Land has submitted its site plan for review by the Planning Board, now therefore be it resolved that the application for a planned waterfront special permit is referred to the Village of Ossining Planning Board for review and recommendation to the Board of Trustees. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Anybody seconding? Second?
Someone's got a second to discuss it, so moved.
I'll second it.
All right, comments on the board?
Does he still have violations? Stuart?
There are, I believe, Trustee Bazemore, there are actions pending in the Justice Court, yes.
So why are we seeing this application if he hasn't finished?
Well, he can't get what he can't do is he can't get a building permit.
Okay.
If he has outstanding violations, he's not permitted to, the violations have to be cleared before the building permit. This is just the process of the waterfront special use permit, which gets referred to the Planning Board. So that's why it's before this board to get that referral.
Okay.
Right, so if we vote to approve this tonight, what we are doing is asking the Planning Board to review it and give us their opinion. We are in no way approving it. Are we comfortable? And we are compelled to ask the Planning Board for their opinion by local law.
Correct.
Right, so. Are we okay with voting on this? Any further comments? Madam Clerk?
All those in favor?
Aye.
No.
Opposed?
Stay.
Okay.
Did we have three ayes?
I don't understand what,
This
so
table is-
did you get the count? Because
Okay,
everybody
let's-
spoke at the same time.
Yeah, so all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. I got it now, thank you.
Should probably be nay.
Yeah, I think,
Nay.
yes.
Nay.
It is confusing. It's sort of a double negative, but.
Okay. So we've already done Resolution O. So Fire Department, Ossining Steamer Company Number 1, Driver's List, Brian Cordero. Resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Village of Ossining hereby places Brian Cordero on the driver's list of Ossining Steamer Company Number 1. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Comments on the board? Madam Clerk?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Fire Department, Ossining Steamer Company Number 1, Driver's List, Michael DiMartino. Resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Village of Ossining hereby places Michael DiMartino on the driver's list of Ossining Steamer Company Number 1. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Comments on the board? I'm just surprised that this is happening now. He's such a presence. Okay. Okay. Madam Clerk?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Fire Department Monitor Hose Company Number 4, Driver's List, Michael Mallory. Resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Village of Ossining hereby places Michael Mallory on the driver's list of Monitor Hose Company Number 4. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Comments on the board? Madam Clerk.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Fire Department removal, monitor hose company number 4, Giuseppe Conti. Resolved that upon the recommendation of the fire chief, Giuseppe Conti, Ossining, New York, was removed from the active roles from the monitor hose company number 4. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Comments on the board? Madam Clerk.
All those in favor?
Aye. Given that I know we are going to have continuing business and new business tonight, and it is now about 12 minutes after 10, and we started this almost 3 hours ago. It's our last break. Let's take a 3-minute break for board and staff, and then we'll come right back into it.
For tonight's meeting to go into what the repeal effort is. What is ETPA? What got us there? That unfortunately was denied by Trustee Levin, Trustee Casada, and Mayor Garrity. So I had to force it onto continuing business tonight. So this is why I'm bringing it up, so we could actually have a conversation about what the timeline was and what is our step going forward now that the repeal effort will come to light and be born tomorrow through advocacy, legally, and such. So, we all know what it does. It is a state program that rent stabilizes apartments, units of 6 or more that were built before 1974. Where should I stand? Okay. Am I good here? Should I stand there?
Yeah, if you could stand there. Yeah, that's better, actually. Thank you.
Okay, and in order for you to qualify, you have to have a vacancy rate of 5 below, but it also provides additional protections. I don't have to go into them because I think the majority of people in this room know what they are. Let me know if you need clarification on what that is. What's great about them is that the rent increases and some policies are dictated and determined by the Westchester County Rent Guidelines Board. A lot of those members are actually selected by our very own county legislator and our county leaders. And it's a pretty good program that runs pretty transparently and effectively through the county, which is why it's worked so well for so many years. And what's different about this program is that it's actually managed by a New York State office that actually has a bit more teeth than we do when it comes to laws. So why was it even considered an Ossining in the first place or brought back years after 2005? Increased home prices, rents were, starting to push out families as we see today. ETPA was a good first step to really take a stance politically and see how many people we could maintain currently, in addition to how we're going to address that need going forward. So as we know, as housing costs rise, we lose the risk of losing the members of our community that we say we want. So I'm going to fast forward, but that's county employees, municipal employees, teachers, nurses, bus drivers, business owners. Okay. Wow, this is that better? Okay. So timeline. So I call it a 3-year process in battle because that's kind of what it was. So 2016, fast forward, the first hearing on ETPA. Then September 2016, second public hearing on ETPA. However, at that meeting, we learned that there are prospective alternatives to ETPA, such as a public-private partnership. However, we don't really know what that means. It wasn't really discussed at that meeting. And it was great to hear that the mayor reported that other municipalities don't have issues with ETPA. As you know, many advocacy groups and tenants and organizations in Ossining were asking for just a commitment on where one was on the policy, and especially when one was on this newly announced private-public partnership. Sorry, I spoke a lot today, and how now the public-private partnership was coming after the second ETPA hearing, after the vacancy study. So now we're kind of like, we're a little out of order. So, October 2016, This is where the politics start, right? So for many reasons, not everyone was given a seat at the table to understand what the public-private partnership was. In 2016, as you probably heard and saw, a group of Ossining moms and clergy marched to the mayor's home, demanding that you take a position on the issue. They felt that their other means of communicating were not effective, so they had to do something to get the attention of the mayor, and that was a march. And the day after, we actually got a full response as to where we were with ETPA, so that shows that it actually worked. Then, after the vacancy study, the first hearing, the second hearing, the announcement of the public-private partnership, it was never brought to a vote and tabled. Moving on, fast forward, April 25th, 2018. We agreed as a board at that time to revamp ETPA efforts and see if we could do a new vacancy study. The contract was awarded thanks to the Office of the Village Manager in May 2018. That August, the study was completed, and the board actually never saw the study until the manager's office forwarded it to us. On August 22nd, we called to schedule a ETPA public hearing, and that was held on September 5th, 2018, and the vote was also taken at the end of that hearing, as you see here. Okay. December 19th. So this was a couple weeks ago. We had a great discussion about what SCREE and DREE means. SCREE and DREE, as you know, is a senior exemption, and we also have one for people with disabilities. And that was only due to the fact that we just passed ETPA, so we actually qualified to expand the program to people in need. That was commended and voted on by the majority of the board, and implementation was going to start along with the onboarding of ETPA. January 9th, 2019. That was last week. Last-minute resolution appears in a work session to repeal ETPA. As I said earlier, we requested a special meeting to kind of go into what the repeal effort meant and how we're going to legally replace the protections that actually will have the teeth necessary to protect tenants. I read that from the housing needs assessment about that there's no other mechanism available to the village that can come close to tempering rent increases as the adoption of ETPA, because ETPA is not a program to build affordable housing. It's to retain the people that we have here today. I'm going to fast forward. So I mentioned the real estate lobby. This is a good quote from a great article on Curbed. In 2016, during the last tenant push for tenant protections, a local real estate trade association, the Building and Realty Institute of Westchester in the Mid-Hudson region, paid for glossy mailers, warning Ossining homeowners that taxes will likely increase if the Board of Trustees adopts ETPA. They succeeded in driving a wedge between homeowners and renters. So, you saw a lot of interest groups really use fear as a tactic. And it kind of worked for a lot of people. We did 2 studies. We paid for 2 studies. One was cheaper than the other. But same conclusion. We had a housing emergency in Ossining. And even if we didn't do the study, the county has established that we have a housing emergency even before. This is the most important part. So my year back on the board, we spent numerous village resources working with the state and our perception to the state, and defining our leadership and our capability with receiving funds and resources from the state. But once again, but now more than ever, we are saying to them that we're not in par with your legislative agenda, especially when it comes to housing, one of the main priorities. We heard yesterday that rent stabilization, was one of the most highlighted conversations, not just through the governor's office, but going forward on how to visit ETPA being addressed this year because it's going to expire. And this kind of leads me to Trustee Bazemore, which he'll come up. How are we going to partner up with our leaders? And as Trustee Levin said, it matters the friendships and relationships that we have with our elected officials, because those are the ones that we go to at the county and state, okay? So we need to make sure that we have a clear understanding. We don't have to agree or endorse all their projects, but if we're going to have a year where we're asking for funding and resources. I've been trained by my colleagues and many people that you find ways to work together. And currently, I don't really see if Ossining is going to be an independent entity to go on and be the leader nationwide and statewide to come up with the first program to replace ETPA. Cool. Just let's have a discussion as to how that's going to be. What does it look like? And you don't take away rights before that is actually put in place. So I'm going to get some more detail on this, and I'm going to make sure that it's on the website. This is a very paraphrased presentation, but I thought it was pretty interesting to really show everyone that's watching what has occurred over the last 3 years. There's a lot of politics that I tried not to put in here. I tried to just go into the actions of our board. Trustee Bazemore, any comments?
Pretty decent presentation, Trustee Herrera. I think you pretty much summed it up. I do think it's important that as we, again, like you said, as we try to partner up with the state and really push forward, that we should think about what we're doing, because we are setting a precedent. I think that was largely stated tonight by just members of the public, and I think as we start to go and talk about continuing business with local law 2019, we can see the limitations that majority of the board is taking tonight with respects to rent protections and what is possible for tenants.
And that's all I got for tonight. Thank you.
You're in many of the photos.
I can imagine.
So maybe it's still.
It's me.
Okay, any further comments on the presentation?
Just a comment on the presentation?
No? Just before we move on, I wanted to give everybody an opportunity. Okay. Then that is continuing business. I guess we jump back then to, I'm sorry?
We have another.
Oh,
item
that
on
is continuing business. Oh, yeah, that's all continuing business. All right, local law 1. So, Stuart, we thank you for giving us a draft for us to respond to. Last week, we just spoke about it in concept. Do you want to offer us any insights? And I also will say it is after 10:30 at night. We have a number of people who would still like to speak. We have a work session next week where we are already expecting to speak about this again. Do you want to just give us an update? Thank you very much for bringing it to us for this evening. I don't mean to diminish your efforts to get it to us for this evening, but I do want to...
No diminution accepted.
All right, thank you, sir.
Let me just make a couple of comments. I actually had a phone conversation with Trustee Bazemore earlier today. Much of what is in proposed local law 1 of 2019 is in fact within the real property law of the state of New York and within the general obligations law of the state of New York. One of the things we had discussed last time was the ability to have written leases for all residential properties within the village of Ossining. New York state law recognizes that for a lease in excess of 1 year, that lease must be in writing. It's an ancient doctrine that our lawyers like to call the statute of frauds. Chief Sylvester learned it more recently than I did, but we do have those things. And simply put, that if it's something that has to be done, takes more than 1 year to accomplish, it has to be in writing. And that's actually codified in New York law with regard to leases. Any lease that is under 1 year can be oral. It can be a month-to-month. But all leases must have the same information, even if it's oral. So you have to have the term, you have to have what you're leasing. It has to be explanatory, if you want to, for want of a better term. It has to be information with regard to security deposits. It has to be information with regard to renewals, things like that. The difference is that if it is a month-to-month for all locations outside of the city of New York, there must be 1 month's written notice by the landlord to begin non-payment or basically eviction proceedings. Interestingly enough, for the city of New York, it's actually 30 days. So for some reason the state has 30 days for one and 1 month for the other. But much of what is in here relates to what is codified in other sections of New York law. And so, that's why what you're seeing in here is much of what's in here. A few hours back, Steve Dewey was talking about the village's Landlord-Tenant Relations Council, and he's right. There certainly are references in here to what the LTRC, its responsibilities might be. One of the questions was, how would we know that written leases are being provided? And one of the thoughts was that documentation can be provided. It could either be to the LTRC, it could be to the Office of Corporation Counsel, which is essentially a written affidavit from a landlord saying, I have X number of units, each unit has a written lease with regard to this. That would at least provide that, and it would have to be provided by a date certain with regard to that. For for places where there are no written leases, or they're basically doing month-to-month, which is how it's referred to, or monthly leases, there would be a similar signed declaration, but it would just identify the number of apartment units rented and the duration of those particular leases. I have not asked for identification of the particular tenants as much as to just be a confirmation that the landlords are in fact, are doing that. There's a provision that the landlord would provide to the tenants documentation to be prepared by the village's Landlord-Tenant Relations Council, detailing the rights and responsibilities of the landlord and the tenant. One of the things that was mentioned last week is that is in fact a document that is being currently prepared by the LTRC. It is being refined. I've given Steve Dewey a couple of comments. My deputy, Sonia Tanksley, is working on it as well. And we hope to have something for the LTRC to be able to disseminate both in hand but also on our website, so that folks can have that and be it handed out, have it translated so that many of our folks who do not have English as their first language will know what their rights as well as their responsibilities are. One of the things Steve alluded to was the different types of complaints we get. Security deposits are a very big complaint that the LTRC gets. We also get complaints about folks whose landlord comes in and suddenly decides, I'm going to paint the entire apartment, while you're still there, or I'm going to redo the kitchen while you're still in tenancy. Those are things they're not permitted to do, even frankly under state rules, they're not permitted to do that. So what Local Law 1 is more, and as I said, I discussed this with the Trustee Bazemore earlier, more a recitation of a lot what is already, you can see within other sections of New York law. You would not have to look through 4 or 5 different, chapters of different books to do that. The idea of having a written lease for every type of residential unit, since New York law permits month-to-month leases, I don't believe the village can turn around and basically say you have to either, one, have a lease that's a minimum of a 1 year in duration. The only exception to that, as we know now, is under ETPA, which does in fact mandate that. And I believe, Trustee Baez, was a question I believe you had for Maryland with regard to Section 8. I think the initial lease is in fact a 1 year lease and then can flipped after that. That's correct. But as I said, New York has long recognized month-to-month leases. I know there are many. I don't know what the breakdown is in the village of leases, written leases versus month-to-month. But even in some of the large buildings, some of the landlords have told me that they do month-to-month because they have tenants who simply prefer month-to-month. And that's what they want, because it gives the tenant, as much as the landlord, the ability essentially to up and leave if they decide to do that. So that's this is, you know, a start. I know we've had a discussion about, we had a discussion about scree and dree, and I think what I heard, particularly from the former member of the County Rent Guidelines Board, was that it hasn't been enacted anywhere else, but what she did not say is that it could not be enacted anywhere else, because there are local provisions with regard to real property that we already have on our books. And there are also other provisions with regard to disabled individuals, and those deal more with homeownership, where there are certain property tax incentives or property tax abatements that occur there. So I don't want to make it sound like that if you don't have ETPA, you don't have scree and dree in terms of what the state has. But that does not necessarily follow that you could not have a local version of scree and dree. I just want to make that clear. I don't have that in here yet, and I don't want anyone to think that's here. But you know, I think it's important to know that. But this village could not just basically mandate written leases across the board. As much as that's a laudable effort to do that, simply put, month-to-month leases have existed since the 1500s. I don't recall the first one, but I can tell you that they're still around. And the bottom line is that most residential leases are generally 1 or 2 years. ETPA mandates 1 or 2 years at the most. You generally see that in terms of residential. The state does not put a time limit, but as I said, anything more than a year must be in writing and must have certain elements to it. New York has what's called the plain English law, which is basically you have to understand it. It has to be a certain typeface so that you don't sort of hide language under really tiny, tiny fonts and things like that. There's nothing, I guess the best way to say it is, in Proposed Local Law 1, there are a few differences from what is in state law. For example, there's a provision in here, and I just came up with this, so it's a matter obviously to be discussed, where a tenant does not read or write the English language, or English being their native language, and a written lease is used. The lease should include a provision that the tenant had the terms of the lease explained to him or her in his or her native language, and the tenant understands those terms. I get calls very frequently from folks who, come in, they show me a lease agreement, it's their signature, but they clearly do not speak English and do not understand what the terms of that lease are. And don't understand not only what their rights are, but what the terms are. I mean, it's an issue we've raised with the Landlord-Tenant Council, but, it may be that that's something that really should be there, because we have a large number, a very large percentage of folks here who, may not have English as their native language. I just, have this for the board to consider. There'll be, I believe, I certainly expect more, but I just wanted to get this out to at least start that conversation.
I would just like to switch the language. So English as a native language is a very broad comment.
Yeah, and
it needs to be more about their ability to understand.
Right.
And and that's what that's about.
Well, that's why I had read and write. So that's really,
okay.
the comprehension is not, I didn't mean to say it that way. The idea was that it would be explained in the person's, let's say, native language, or what they are more comfortable in. But again, I have folks come up to our office all the time who speak, very, very limited English. It's particularly, important with leases. We have it with a lot of our license applications. I'm sure, Victoria can, echo what I say, that we have folks who come in and just ask questions on licenses. Some of our licenses do require that they speak English. I think the hack is the best example of that. But it's important that, particularly if you're getting housing, that you know what it is you're getting, and what you're paying and what your responsibilities are, but also what your rights are. So that's why when we do the landlord-tenant rights, that will certainly be translated so that folks will know, as best we can what those rights are, and it'll help. It will certainly help the LTRC. And I think getting the LTRC involved in what some of this legislation will look like is something Steve suggested, is I think very important. That is, they see this, from the ground, because as he said, in essentially less than a year, they've had 18 complaints and resolved a large number of them. And I got a call last week from someone who is at, I forget, and one of the developments here, and what she wanted from us was, from the Landlord Tenant Council, was not as much to make a complaint, but she felt it would be better if they acted as sort of just someone to hear what both sides were saying, not even as a mediator. The two sides are sort of talking at cross purposes and don't trust what each one is saying. They just wanted someone from the LTRC to essentially sit in the room. And we've offered to do that. So at least that will move that ahead. And in that case of that particular tenant, she called me yesterday thanking us and thanking the LTRC in particular because they are basically redoing her entire apartment in the place where she is. She's being put in a hotel for 2 days, and all the issues that she thought were problematic have been taken care of, in large part to the LTRC, following up on that. So, kudos to them.
I wanted to add, with the LTRC, many, many hours were spent giving them more power, but there's like 3 legs that they stand on, and they're doing an amazing amount of work. You have to understand that it's very new. We always had a landlord-tenant committee, but it was active at some point in the 70s, early 80s, and then it's sort of not so active. And let's just say that we reactivated and re-engineered it and made it like 3 tenants, 3 landlords, 3 other, could own a condo or co-op, so that there's a real equitable distribution of the people on there. It is part of, we talked about one of the 8 pieces of the study that came out. Landlord-tenant committee is really up there as something that we should work on. What's really been amazing about this group is, number one, how well they work together, and how they really do come in to try solve problems. Honestly, I think it's a very interesting group of citizens or people that live here, but the education part is really important to them. So they're the ones that said, we're getting all these questions, and we don't even know the answers, so we got to put it on the website. And I do believe without the technology years ago, you couldn't really do this. So now you could put links to different things. You could get information. They can apply for like a question. They can ask questions. They can just get a lot of and they want to grow that. They want to spend some of their evenings, from what I understand, which I think is pretty amazing, and learn how to be mediators so that they can actually help more and more people. And we're trying to make that happen, and the board did approve at the end of last year. So I don't want to diminish the importance of, and I said this all the way at 7:15, the importance of citizen groups that take their time to solve problems for the community at the ground level without anybody else but just, and I do have to say, though, that we did assign in this village, and it is not done in many places, or at least in villages, there is an attorney on staff who is sitting at the meetings, the monthly meetings with them, and answers questions on an ongoing, who reports to Stuart. So in the budget, we not only have Section 8 as an office here in Ossining, also not very common in villages or towns, but we also have somebody who is a professional attorney who is assigned to this group to really make things happen. I'm personally really proud of that and amazed by how much a group of people can do and how far they've come along. But I'm also impressed with the fact that the education and their need and their desire to have Spanish and English and these examples and just endless amount of now mediation. I did ask, I felt a little bad that I didn't call Steve and let him know about some of the stuff. I didn't catch up with that. I was busy with the other committee, but we do need to include them more. He's right about that. And we are looking for one more person, just FYI, for the committee. So I really am very appreciative of your group, Stuart, and how far this committee has come along.
It is almost 11. Yeah, please.
Yes, sir.
Public clarification. So New York State requires that any contract that is above a year, more than a year, has to be written.
With a limited exception that doesn't apply, yes.
Right, okay. And so that means, and so month to month, whether written or oral, is allowed here in New York State.
Correct.
And that means that the village cannot dictate whether a lease can be written. So we can't say that, hey, if you have a month-to-month, it has to be on paper.
No, because the real property law has a specific provision relating to month-to-month leases.
Now, please correct me if I'm wrong. Locally, we cannot regulate rents.
Locally, you cannot.
So the way that ETPA regulates rents for certain buildings, we are not allowed as a local municipality to regulate anyone's property, like the rent.
Let me, I believe you're correct. I just want to, the only caveat I want to make is back in the 80s and 90s, Bedford had something called the Bedford Fair Housing Agreement. And it's actually codified, meaning it's in their law, so it's not just an agreement. And that was approved by Bedford in lieu of ETPA. In fact, if you read it, it actually says, we did this so that we wouldn't have to pass ETPA. And one of the provisions in that is that with regard to those particular buildings, they were putting a cap on rent increases. What they were doing is it would be the greater of 6% or what the County Rent Guidelines Board directed. So now, County Rent Guidelines Board, as far as I know, hasn't come to 6% in perhaps ever.
Right.
So, but maybe years ago.
10 years ago.
But in any event, that was an agreement that the town of Bedford had reached with, I believe, 2 or 3 property owners of units that instead of ETPA, they would basically create this framework.
So that was voluntarily, though?
Well, what it is, it's called a Fair Housing Agreement. It was put into law, but it was an agreement that was reached with particular unit owners. It doesn't specify there which owners, but it was owners, and I'm actually going to follow up with the folks at Bedford. What's interesting is that while it's called a Fair Housing Agreement, they actually included it as Chapter 130 of their code. So they didn't just have a separate agreement. Briarcliff, for example, in years past, has had agreements with particular buildings to, with regard to where they did not want to have ETPA, just as an example. But Bedford is the only one where I came across specifically where there was an agreement, and I agree it's an agreement, but it's in their code, setting a ceiling on rent increases on 1 and 2 years, and also an increase if there was a disabled individual living in the apartment. I think it could be no more than 3%.
Right. So that's an agreement, but we don't have the authority to pretty much dictate. Like that sounds like something that's voluntary. Because
I would say it probably is, except the only again, I'm not trying to be cute here. When you put it into the law, they actually put it, we could have an agreement with anybody, but we don't usually probably put it into our code. For some reason, they put it into the code. I'm not exactly sure why they did, but it is called an agreement.
Because the only reason I raised that is because, again, the Attorney General's office has a list of, quote-unquote tenant rights, and it specifies what can happen in regulated apartments and unregulated apartments.
Understood.
And at least according to their website, unregulated apartments, the landlords have the ability to raise the rent to their druthers.
And so it may well be, as you point out, that what it was an agreement that was reached in this particular case with a couple of unit owners. It's just it specifically, for example, if Bedford would have adopted ETPA, this would have sunset. So and then they would have then followed ETPA and would have gone that way. And I should also point out, and I discussed this a while ago with Joe Clark, who, when he was a trustee, there was the prior iteration of the Landlord-Tenant Relations Council. They used to look at rent increases. That was actually part of their charge then. They did not say to a landlord, you can't raise the rent, but they actually would come out with, we think that, in the village, this is really what should be the rate. Could they mandate it? That wasn't part of their charge. They couldn't. But it was interesting that back, and this is, 70s, the 70s,
it was 80s.
that actually, you would look at some of the old minutes of the LTRC meetings, that's actually what they did. They would say, but we think that this is what would be a reasonable increase in rent in the village of Ossining. And there was, and it would be presented to the Board of Trustees, just as, saying, we think this is correct. Not that they would have the authority, as you point out, but it was something that was done significantly by the LTRC back then.
Kind of bring back a little bit of what this topic was. Sorry, let me just kind of bring back a little bit of what we sort of started working on this and this lease agreements and things of that nature. And I agree with Rika in regards to maybe you and Stuart, you and I can work with something with the landlord tenant where we can email them forward the copy that was submitted to us, and then we can start a dialogue with them.
We can do that, sure.
Sort of, I know this, you know, I don't think they're going to be meeting anytime soon, maybe next month.
First Wednesday of the month is when they meet.
So maybe we can, maybe we can have, we can talk to some of the members in there, and we can go from there.
The chair
I know
just walked back
chairs
in,
walked in.
so-
I know. I see him.
Oh, there was a fire?
But yes, I agree with that. I think it's essential for us to get some feedback from them.
We can do that.
And then we can actually bring back to a work session that'll, meantime, and keep moving forward from that point. I'm okay with a lot of the stuff that you said. I start writing things down, but I just don't think it's time frame. I don't want to keep dragging this.
Okay.
But definitely an opportunity for us to open the dialogue. So thank you, Stuart.
All right, so my last question, because I believe I was cut off. So if we're unable to regulate the rents by law, and we did come up with a local screen DRE, say we say, hey, we're going to do a tax abatement, that means that taxpayers, so if there was a $300 increase per month, we would just be writing checks for the $300 because we wouldn't be able to control the amount that rent goes up. So if rent goes up $300 each year or $3,000 each year, we would just be writing checks if we came up with this local abatement.
If you were to do it in the way that you now have ETPA and USCRI and DRE, you're right. The abatement is essentially, bless you, is essentially the amount of what that increase would be. So under the example you give, if someone were to raise the rent 9%, and you had someone who was in a unit that was either disabled or over the age of, let's say, 62, and their income did not exceed this, the ceiling, which I guess now is under current is $50,000 to use that number. There could be a tax abatement back to the owner for that amount. That would be correct. So you're right.
All right, thank you.
Okay. It is now officially, oh, nope, still only 10:59.
Steve, I know, there must have been a fire I see in the uniform. No, don't stand up. I want to let you know that about 20 to 11, you go back to the video so we don't repeat ourselves. We were talking a lot about the landlord-tenant and some of the issues. If you could look at the video when it comes up, around 20 to 11, it's maybe a quarter to, so it's 15, just clock it so that you don't have to see the entire broadcast, if you will, because it involves the landlord-tenant committee. So I appreciate that while it's fresh in my mind. Which house? Oh.
There was a working fire this evening.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, man.
Thank you. So it is now it is actually officially 11 o'clock. I would ask that we include work session agenda and also send a copy of current draft updates that we might come out of next week's draft to the Landlord-Tenant Relations Council so that they have time to.
That's fine.
Alrighty. Anything else I'm forgetting about? Just exec?
Actually, the exec.
Public comment?
Exec can be put over till.
Yes, thank you.
Exec.
But we have all sorts of people here who would like to comment. Oh, we're done with new business? I'm sorry, new business of the board? That was all continuing.
No, I think that's it.
Okay. Good. Visitor, I'm sorry, I'm just going to, Madam Clerk. Visitor recognition. There are a list of folks that have signed up
Yes,
to
there are two
speak
people
now.
that are on the list, so I will, Rosemary Almodovar.
Hello.
My name is Rosemary Almodovar, and I live here in Austin. I'm a parent of 5 children, a homeowner, a resident. I've been here since '87, so I'm not new to this. I know you're all aware of who I am because I have sent you an email on what my concern is. So I'm going to read to you what I've written because I can't remember it all. As a parent and resident of Ossining, I'd like to address a serious issue, one that affects everyone in the village and town of Ossining. We recently learned that there is going to be a halfway house, although it is not being called as such, for 5 recently released prison inmates, and that house is located directly across the street from Park School and Playground at Nelson Sitting Park. I'm struggling to understand why anyone thinks that this is a good idea and what kind of zoning allows a house to be used this way when it is supposed to be a single-family residence in a residential neighborhood. Worse, we cannot understand how an organization doing this, Hudson Link, and thinks it's a good idea can be so secretive about their plan. There has been no attempt to reach out to the community. They have done the opposite. They have been dishonest they have been dishonest and secretive with this community. They have complete disregard for this community. We can see that this organization is well-financed. It has an attractive video and an underlying mission of educating inmates. Sounds very positive. So they claim a very low rate, I always say this wrong, of recidivism for inmates in their program. But why should anyone believe them when this organization, run by individuals who do not live here, doesn't operate with honesty? Everything about this is wrong. The recidivism figures they like to throw around don't matter because we didn't elect Hudson Link, and we can't ask them. We can't be asked to trust them. We elected you. We elected you to represent us, to protect us and our community, and to have zoning that makes sense. Whether or not you think second chances are nice or the mission is good isn't really the point. Your responsibility is to us, the residents who live here, and our children and schools. The simple fact is that they have never operated a housing operation like this. This is a kind of business they are running without any oversight. It's a business and a social experiment, and it is not one that should take place in a residential neighborhood or near a school. The residents and parents and children who live here must come first. If this is allowed, then our zoning doesn't make sense.
Miss, I'm so sorry. I don't know what's going on with our timer, but
I had turned off the volume because other alerts were going off.
do you have your full statement written?
Yep, I'm almost done.
I have to ask people for consistency, we ask everyone to take the amount of allotted time so that everyone has the same amount of time. But you please give your written statement to the clerk so that we have it.
Okay, can I have someone else finish?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Anybody else want to finish?
Good evening, everyone. We stay here because we are really very concerned. I live in 8 Washington Avenue for 11 years. And me and my neighbor realize that's happening. But I'm concerned because we are a very good neighborhood. And we went to ask them who families coming. If they like to us, they say as coming a single family with 2 kids. And that's we are concerned because I'm living in that community, in that street for 11 years, now nothing bad happened. Always was a very good community. Since that news, I'm very concerned because I have 1 boy 9 years old and 1 daughter 17 years old.
And I asked to all my neighbors if they are concerned too, and they say yes, but we don't speak English. I'm here with my neighbor to let you know what's going on, and we need you put this concern in your heads and listen us. Good night.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maria Chavaria. I'm actually live on Havel Street, and I'm just going to finish Rose's statement. The simple fact is that they have never operated a housing operation like this. This is a kind of business they are running without any oversight. It's a business and a social experiment, and it's not one that should take place in a residential neighborhood or near a school. The residents and parents and children who live here must come first. If this is allowed, then our zoning doesn't make sense and needs to change right away. It is the responsibility of this board to act on behalf of our community, for both the village and town residents and children, and not in behalf of the developers of the numerous complexes trying to be pushed through or some non-profit organization mission or new ventures, as I like to call it. This will affect anyone who lives in the village or town whose children attend Ossining schools or residents who use our parks. I'm not basing my feelings on fear, but fact that those inmates will be released from a maximum security prison and have had to have committed a terrible crime in order to have been incarcerated. I'm not willing to put my children or community at risk at the expense of the village board own personal agenda. So what will a board of elected representatives do to seek change? Thank you.
We do have one more person.
Please.
On our list. Deborah Pengel.
There was some coffee being served at this hour of the night, but I did stick it out. My name is Deborah Pengel. I'm the founder of the Cat Squad Rescue in Briarcliff Manor, New York. Good evening, guys. It's been a long time. I'm here just tonight to just officially and formally acknowledge the passing of the tether law that you guys passed, I think it was October 3rd of this year. I'm here because I want to get it on record for the future of our plans to really want to challenge this, and I just came here tonight without a lot of people because I represent a lot of groups and a lot more people at this point. I also wanted to also just make a couple of statements here. That we have submitted emails to you guys. We totally reject this so-called tether law. I just wanted to state that, you know, for all those who don't know, this is what a dog chained looks like. Not a particular dog in Austin, but this is what exactly, just so you can keep this in your mind and it's not an abstraction or a political idea. For people to have these intellectual discussions about. This is going on, it's very real, it's happening, you all know that. I'm here to basically reject the law that you passed. I want to get it on record that we are very aware of how you proceeded after a year of us being here fighting for a dog that's been chained for over 7 years, and a few others that we have been contacted about here. You know, we are an animal advocacy group. Our job is to rescue, to protect, and to care for innocent animals out there who are suffering. And we have been through a year of basically asking, pleading, and presenting a lot of documentation. Our new campaign, because you passed this, quote, law, I want to just say that it's stunning and breathtaking to have seen the October 3rd mockery and laughter that took place in this very room, making fun of dogs that are suffering by having the audacity to claim that, Mr. Kahan's expertise of all his research that he did to come up with a law that allows a dog to be chained in this village for 12 hours a day. No supervision and no definition of the inclement extreme weather reports.
Thank you, Ms. Pengel.
So you will be hearing from us.
Thank you, Ms. Pengel.
And thank you.
If there are others who would like to speak, it's fine if you didn't put your name on the list. Anyone else? No problem.
Hi, my name is Jessica Salo, and I am here in protest of the house that will open up soon and house 5 former inmates from the Sing Sing Correctional Facility. This organization, Hudson Link, provides education, which is a noble, noble thing, because when you come out of prison, your prospects are bleak. But they know education and how to educate former convicts. And I do not have faith in this organization, and I'm calling on the board, because this organization is in the business of education, that there is a housing code, which I think it's 270-51, which requires a special use permit for educational services that will take place within residential homes. And I strongly encourage you to take a look at that, because it's not so much that this is taking place within our village, it's that it's taking place across the street from a park with a direct line of sight to a school. And not to mention, the school uses it every day, and also during the summer. The summer camps that go there are responsible for numerous children, and most of the counselors there are teenagers. They're children themselves, and they're going to be responsible for other children in a setting that could be potentially very, very harmful to the community at large. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
Mayor, can I just clarify one or two things?
Please.
Thank you. I think it's important that that it be noted, and I think some of the folks know this. The house at 14 was first considered for zoning variances by the zoning board in 2017 with the prior owner for various area variances. That owner did get the area variances and subsequently sold the house to Hudson Link, HL. Had Hudson Link started their work, immediately, or had the purchase occurred promptly, they would not, in fact, have even had to come back to the Zoning Board of Appeals, because their variances would not have timed out, because the variances run with the property, not with the particular owner. But a few things to note. The house is in what's called the T-zone, or the two-family zone within the village. Some issues have been made as to who's going to be living there. I want it to be clear that under the village's zoning code, a family is defined as one or more persons, whether or not related by blood or marriage, living and eating together as a single housekeeping unit, and sharing common expenses and household tasks. That's how a family is defined under the village's zoning code. Question was just raised before as to whether or not they need a conditional use permit because they're an educational. They're not providing education within the facility. These are simply going to be 5 people, at most 5, who will be living in the particular facility or the house. It's a house. and they're allowed to live in the house. It's not a halfway house. It's not operated by the Department of Correctional Services. If it was, they would have communicated with us. It's not a group home, because that would have been under the New York Mental Hygiene Law. And we had one of those applications here last year. So this is simply a house. The fact that it is a not-for-profit or a corporate entity that owns it, there are hundreds of homes in the village that are owned by corporations. People don't own a lot of, sometimes people don't want to own a home in their own personal name, so that it's owned in this case by HL New Beginnings is not in itself any violation whatsoever. When New Beginnings came before the zoning board, they had to notify the neighbors in the surrounding area. I am aware, if I may, I am aware that folks are saying they didn't get notification. I have their affidavits that they served it on everybody. This was the same argument, if I can, that was also made with regard to the prior owner, where people are saying they didn't get notice as well. In any event, there was a hearing before the zoning board. It was the identical variances that were requested before. No difference whatsoever. The fact that the interior of the building will be is different now as to when the prior owner had is not germane to the zoning board. There was no basis for the planning board to get involved because it simply involved the house in the two-family district. So there was no new site plan that had to be approved, nothing like that at all. No permit was required to operate here. It is a single-family or it's now being treated as a single-family home, or it is in a T-family district, and it has 3 bedrooms. 2 people can live in 2 of those bedrooms, or 1 can live in the 3rd bedroom. It is a legal conforming use, and that's why it was approved, why the variances were approved, and that's why it's allowed to proceed. It is not under any role of the state in terms of operating this particular location, and it's not anything that this board can do to stop the operation of this location. Again, if it were a group home, the mental hygiene law would kick in. If it was of something operated through the Department of Correction and Community Services, DOCS would get involved, but it's not that case. This is a house where 5 people are going to reside, and I know some folks talked about there is a school nearby. I know that because I sent my kids to Park School, and I know that there's the Nelson Sitting Park right nearby. I can point out to you that under the Sex Offender Registration Act, it's 1,000 feet between any home. And there's been no notification provided to this village at all that anyone who will be living in that location. I'm just. Ma'am, I'm just trying to finish. The point is real. I'm just trying to make it clear that this went through every level of review the village has, which is the Zoning Board of Appeals. That you may have gotten information from Hudson Link, which is different in terms of who was going to live there. The village is not privy to any of those communications that you folks had. They make an application to the zoning board. They need, I think this case, they needed 6 area variances. They were the same as Mr. Silva was granted the year before. Those variances were granted. That's what the situation is. That it's HL Beginnings that owns it, doesn't matter. It could have been Apple Computer could have owned it. Doesn't matter. 5 people can live there. The definition of a family includes 5 people who are not related by any way. And we cannot put into our code that you can't have people who have criminal backgrounds. We simply can't put that in our code because that would be unconstitutional. We're not allowed to do that. This is a single family. It's going to be treated as a single family. It is a single family. I will tell you this, if there is a building code violation, if it becomes overcrowded or something like that, then the building department will be there and will issue the necessary violations. But in terms of the ability of folks to live there, they're allowed to live there.
Who makes the zoning laws?
The zoning law is passed by the Village of Ossining.
Right, so my request was, I know there is nothing currently.
I can't.
You know what, we heard your request, and I'll thank you, Stuart, for going into the the form and the process. I did speak at the beginning, I did speak at the beginning of the meeting. I know some of you were here, perhaps not all. Corporation Counsel has made it clear what the village's formal role is. I will say if there were, and I'm not suggesting that the village is likely to make changes to our zoning regulations that would actually make a change in circumstance, as Corporation Counsel just acknowledged. It would be unconstitutional for us to state that a home could not house people who were formerly incarcerated. That would be discriminatory. But our job, to represent the people, is also to respond to the concerns that we're hearing. If there are updates to our zoning regulation or to our laws, we frequently are taking them up in response to concerns raised by community members. In this case, we have heard a lot of concerns from parents, Park School parents in particular, and my immediate response was obviously to get information from village management and Corporation Counsel, but to reach out to Hudson Link, and we had a meeting on Monday with Ray Sanchez and with Lisa Murray, as the president of the Board of Ed, at Hudson Link, to really all get on the same page with what people are hearing and what the plan is. And I know that the school district made a strong point of expressing many of the concerns that they're hearing from folks, and is communicating with their staff. And they have established a good open dialogue between Hudson Link and the school district to be able to understand each other's concerns and to communicate accurate information. I know that's clearly not the answer that you want to hear, but that's where we stand at this point. There are no further visitor recognitions.
We don't need to do exec tonight.
I do.
Can I?
Yeah, please.
So I just wanted to comment. So the letter that went to the board that said an official informed us that 5 individuals, that came from me because I was asked by a constituent that lives on Washington Avenue after I inquired with our building department and our can't speak today, long night, our manager. What I'm kind of seeing here, which is that due to lack of communication and/or with neighbors, not necessarily the school district or us, that the neighbors just don't trust them. I'm not saying it's right, I'm not, but from what I'm hearing and what I've read and allegations that I've seen, that I have, I don't know which ones are right or wrong or have happened or have not happened, but what I see here is that you have someone an organization, entity who, and I know that there have been incidences in that property and around and issues with neighbors, so there's clearly issues there, and there's clearly, regardless of their nature, I think that this would still be an issue because you don't trust them. And what I haven't seen, I wasn't at that meeting, so had they even had a meeting with all the neighbors? You don't have to answer that, by the way. But that's a good first start. All those allegations, all those all of the things that have been sent to us or stories, those have to be aired, those have to be discussed, those have to be addressed, and take it from there. I don't know what my legal authority to convene that, but I'd be more than happy to encourage it if I can. But I kind of understand why you wouldn't trust an entity who just has not included you in the process.
I'm sorry that's not the forum, but we'll stay for a few minutes after. You can ask.
I could talk after, by the way. I don't mind.
Motion to adjourn to executive session for matters of personnel related to specific persons.
Is there a second?
Do we have a second?
Motion? Second. Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you for your patience and your perseverance. It is the end of this meeting. We are adjourned to executive session. We will be at Village Hall for our work session next week. Meeting adjourned.